Testing, testing. I guess everything works. This is your 1 minute warning. Our meeting will start in 1 minute.
Well, that's
Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January, what is today? The 17th, Tuesday, the 17th of January, 2023. Welcome to Science, Technology, and Energy. I'll go over our agenda in just a minute, but first, I'd ask you all to rise and join Representative Noel, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. And as I mentioned earlier, we have a full agenda today throughout the afternoon. We're going to start with a presentation by the Department of Environmental Services between now and roughly noon, whenever they get done. And then we'll break for lunch. After that, we'll come back at 1 p.m. for a presentation by the joint utilities. That's Eversource, Liberty, and Unitil. And that will be followed at 3 p.m. by a presentation by the New Hampshire Electric Co-op. And I'll just remind members of the committee that we will also be meeting on January 19th, which is Thursday. However, there's a little bit of a wrinkle there. Last Wednesday, the government relations officer for ISO New England, who is our first presenter of the day, contracted COVID. And as of Sunday, he was still testing positive. So unless he gets a negative test today, we probably will have to postpone our ISO New England presentation on Thursday. And since there's only one other presentation that day, which is the New England Power Generators Association, we'll probably postpone both of those presentations till later on. That's going to be problematic because on Monday, January 23rd, the PUC is coming in the morning, but then we're going to have bill hearings in the afternoon. And then on Tuesday, January 24th, the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire is coming in for a presentation first thing in the morning, but then we're having bill hearings later in the day, and we're even having an exec session that afternoon. So rescheduling the ISO New England and New England Power Generators presentations is going to be problematic because we've already mapped out a bill schedule, a bill hearing schedule that is pretty full for the month of February. So we'll have to see what happens. With that said, I'd like to welcome now the Department of Environmental Services and ask them to present to the committee and say good morning to Commissioner Robert Scott. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for having us. As I'm sure you're aware, most of the presentation today will be from the Air Resources Division, but I wanted to basically make a cameo, and I brought some of our department leadership, just if nothing else, so you could see their face. And I wanted to make myself available for any questions also. So again, for the record, my name is Bob Scott. I'm Commissioner for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I've been in state government for 26 years, so I've as Mark and I joke behind me, I can't keep a job. So I've had many jobs within state government, but my current one is as commissioner here. At one point, I was division director as Director Wright has, so he can blame me for any past issues with the division. So with that, if I could, I'd like to, behind me, I have our Assistant Commissioner, Mark Sanborn.
Good morning, everyone.
And our Waste Management Director, Mike Wimsat, as well as our Water Division Director, Rainey Pelletier.
Morning.
So quickly, so for the department, just to give you an idea, obviously the Air Resources Division is an important part of what we do. Of late, some of our things that have been taking a lot of our time are we have large amounts of infrastructure money for water and wastewater between ARPA. We received 185 million of the state portion of that for water, wastewater, and dam infrastructure. The Infrastructure Act, the Bill Act, is moving a lot of money in the next 5 years for water and wastewater infrastructure. We're kind of picking apart now the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, to see if there's any venues there, but I don't think for water infrastructure necessarily. So that's taking up a lot of our time. Also, water contamination and emerging contaminants is just, as science improves and we're able to measure things, we're finding more things. So those two things are probably taking up the majority of my time. Just for general interest, I mentioned I've worn a lot of hats in the past. The other hat I wear is I'm the governor's cybersecurity advisor for critical infrastructure, so I spend a fair amount of time on that work also. So with that, if there's any questions, if not, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Since you mentioned water and wastewater, and since we know that throughout the state, our water systems, particularly the sewer systems, are woefully antiquated, what programs are like the top 3 programs that would be useful for the monies that we just received? What do they plan for that?
Sure. So we have multiple pots of money for water, drinking water and clean water, which is wastewater. We have the State Revolving Loan Fund program, which has been longstanding. That's being plussed up significantly with the infrastructure bill. So that'll be the venue for most of the funds for what's called disadvantaged communities, which we have a definition of, which is basically primarily based on medium household income, but also if you have a lot of water contamination, those systems can qualify for up to 50% loan forgiveness. So that's our primary. With the 185 million I mentioned in ARPA, those are all grants. Most of those have been already offered. We did multiple programs with that for both water and wastewater, including planning, asset management, and then just plain infrastructure projects, where we took the SRF applications and we matched them, and basically we were in a mode, which is very nice to be, is we did offer letters to the community saying, congratulations, you applied for X amount of money for infrastructure loans. We're going to give you slightly less because we're giving you that much in grants, and now the rest is in loans. So we're at that mode now for ARPA. We have a little bit left, but not much. We also have for drinking water systems, not wastewater systems. We have the Drinking Water Groundwater Trust Fund, and that on a yearly and I'm on the commission for that. One of the commissioners for that. We on an annual basis, we typically give out between $20 and $25 million for drinking water projects, a combination of loan and grants also. So those are some of our primary programs. If you have a constituent that's interested, certainly they can call me. But if you go to our website, we have a very good website that articulates all of that and directs you where to go to find those things. So I would recommend just Googling DES infrastructure, and you'll find that website.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You've talked about air and water. Can you tell me what division soil comes under?
Uh, Sorry for the speaker is right between the representative and myself. So if it's soils management, like biosolids, that type of thing, it's in the water division.
I'm thinking more of soil contamination.
Then it'd be the waste management division.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, you can move right along.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Craig Wright. I serve as the Air Resources Division Director. We did plan today to have Mike Fitzgerald here as well. He's a very frequent flyer before this committee. He unfortunately fell ill this weekend and can't join us. But I do want to introduce a couple of my staff that are here. To my right is Becky Oler. She's the administrator of our Technical Services Bureau. Behind me on this side is Joe Fontaine and also Phil Lamoureux, who is relatively new to the division, but a rising up-and-comer in the division. So we handed out our first presentation today. You should all have that. We're also going to do a Reggie presentation when I'm done. So all told, I think we'll take less than an hour, and that will leave plenty of time for questions. That's the fun part, in my opinion, anyway. So let's make sure that advances. So the Air Resources Division consists of 3 bureaus. I'm not going to walk through these bureaus because in my later slides, I'll hit on some of the responsibilities for each one of those bureaus. But also we have a director's office that's obviously for division oversight, budgeting, management, policy decisions, those types of things. But we also have a technical group in the director's office, and that's our atmospheric sciences unit. That was formerly headed by Dr. Jeff Underhill, but he recently retired. So here's just a list of our senior staff, including myself and Mike Fitzgerald's phone numbers. Feel free to reach out to any one of these folks anytime you have a question, but always the buck stops with Mike and I, so feel free to reach to us first if you feel so inclined. We have a pretty well seasoned staff for managing the division. I did mention Dr. Underhill. He retired. That's the vacancy listed there in the atmospheric science unit. I think I went one slide too far. Oh. 3, 4. So in addition to implementing state laws, the Air Resources Division implements the vast majority of the Federal Clean Air Act. A lot of what we do comes out of the Clean Air Act. Some of those major things are monitoring air quality across the state to ensure compliance with federal air quality standards, which sets a level playing field across the country. EPA establishes the standards, but it's up to states to measure and monitor and make sure that we maintain the standards. In terms of those standards, we have to develop and implement enforce and control strategies to meet the federal air quality standards. We issue all air permits in New Hampshire, whether it's a state permit or a federal permit under the Clean Air Act. We're a fully delegated state, so permanent sources can deal directly with DES for all air permits. They don't have to go to EPA. Part of our role is obviously getting out in the field, doing compliance inspections, complaint investigations, and enforcement actions. Enforcement's not our preferred course of action. We prefer everybody to be in compliance, but we have tools that we do use, and we work through the DES legal office and also on occasion with the Attorney General's office. In terms of staffing, we have 65 full-time positions. Currently, 9 of them are vacant. That's about a 14% vacancy rate. I think that's pretty consistent across state government. 15 to 20%, I think, is the number I usually hear. In terms of the type of staff we have a lot of engineers, mechanical, chemical, civil engineers, environmental and life science majors, atmospheric science, health sciences, and we have a couple attorneys. They're not in legal positions, but they are attorneys. One thing I did want to note, one of the challenges we're facing as a division, and I think this is also across state government, is I'm looking at probably 9 senior staff retiring in the next couple of years. All told, that's about 225 years of state service. And when I was thinking about this morning, I think there's actually a 10th one I could add on to that. So in terms of trying to address that, we've been working on updating a lot of our policies and procedures, make sure we have good standard operating procedures in place. And we're also really out there trying to attract some good young talent like Phil back here. So those people are the future of the division. So In terms of where do we get our operating revenue, this chart goes back to FY10, so this is 12 years of operating data. And you'll see, all told, we really haven't risen that much in terms of 12 years. We've gone from about $7 million in revenue to just a little over $8 million. That last bar is a little bit higher than normal because some of that deals with the timing of federal money. So you can see we're very reliant on permit fees. Our permit fees, in fact, support 2 of our 3 bureaus. It supports the permitting group and also our compliance and enforcement bureau. That's generally close to half of our operating revenue. We also receive a significant portion, about somewhere between 25 and 30%, depending on the year, in federal funds. Motor vehicles, the largest source of air pollution in the state, contribute a small amount to our operating budget. And then there's a little bit of general fund money we get. And I'll hit some of those general fund programs later on. Always like to point out that maintaining good air quality is important not only for the environment, but also the economy. One of the things we used to struggle with, not so much now, was we did not meet certain federal air quality standards. Therefore, we need to develop more and more stringent regulations. We are currently attainment for all of the national ambient air quality standards. That's a good thing. Now our goal is to maintain and don't put us back into non-attainment. Obviously, good air quality protects public health and decreases healthcare costs. We know New Hampshire's a beautiful state. People love to come here to see our mountains, swim in our lakes. Air quality is important, not only for visibility, but people love to hike our mountains. And some of the worst air quality we have sometimes is on top of Mount Washington, believe it or not. So, and it also, it really helps. Good air also helps to maintain the health of our forests, and our forests help maintain the quality of our water. So it's all interrelated in my mind. They're all important components to maintaining a healthy state. I mentioned the Federal Clean Air Act amendments of 1990. The act establishes, that EPA established the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for 6 pollutants: ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, particulate matter, lead, and CO. Historically, ozone, sulfur dioxide, and particulate matter have been our biggest challenges. The Clean Air Act also establishes a program called hazardous air pollutants. It regulates toxics, including mercury. The state of New Hampshire does also have a state air toxics program. The federal program is a technology-based program where it requires certain levels of controls based on the size of your source. The state air toxics program is a health-based program where we have ambient air quality standard limits for, I think, over 600 air pollutants. So EPA does review the National Ambient Air Quality Standards every 5 years. They're supposed to under the Act. Sometimes they're a little bit late on that. And you'll see a couple charts later on where EPA has made changes to the air quality standards. And I can tell you they generally always go down as science gets better and we have a better understanding as to how air pollution impacts human health. I kind of already mentioned this, but one of the key components of the act is if you don't meet the federal air quality standards, you get into what's known as non-attainment. That's not good for us as a state from a health standpoint or from a standpoint of having to develop regulations. Some of the programs that are required under the federal program are the New Source Review Program. This is for new major sources or modifications to existing major sources. Emissions offsets for certain categories in certain areas. If we're in non-attainment, motor vehicle inspection, transportation conformity, those are all things that we didn't invent. They all come out of the Federal Clean Air Act. And there is what's known as a savings clause in the Clean Air Act. Like I said, even though we are in attainment with all the federal standards, it doesn't mean we get to take the foot off the gas pedal. We need to maintain our attainment status and we can't backslide. So that's an important part of the act. I mentioned one of our fundamental things that we're required to do under the act is to monitor air quality across the state. We have a fully approved annual ambient air monitoring plan. This is a map of where we have our monitors. We literally monitor from the top of Mount Washington to the base of Mount Washington, down the Connecticut River Valley, across the southern tier of the seacoast, and up the almost up the Merrimack River Valley and of course in Laconia. Now, we don't monitor for all pollutants at all of these stations. Some of them are single pollutant monitoring sites, such as Pembroke. Only thing we monitor to there is sulfur dioxide, and that's downwind of the Bow Power Plant. So it makes sense to have a monitor there. Mount Washington, we traditionally monitor ozone up there. We are now also monitoring trace CO. We do occasionally have stratospheric ozone intrusions, not man-made events up there. So that CO monitor will help us. So here's a picture of three of our monitoring sites in Londonderry, Portsmouth, and Miller State Park. Miller State Park is a high-level site similar to Mount Washington. These sites we generally construct these sites ourselves and put the equipment in them. Each one of these sites probably has somewhere from $150,000 to $500,000 worth of equipment that we need to maintain in accordance with federal monitoring requirements. People often ask me, how is the air quality in New Hampshire? I've been doing this for 36 years. And I can tell you that the air quality today is a lot better than when I started in 1988. A lot of that is a result of the fine work of the Clean Air Act, which is some of the largest federal environmental legislation. And in my opinion, it's been very successful. It's also the result of some statutes that we've passed right here. In some cases, New Hampshire has led the way. For example, the 1990 amendments had a federal acid rain program. New Hampshire had a state acid rain program prior to the federal program. So sometimes we lead the way. In terms of general air quality, these charts represent the last 2 or 3 years worth of data, and it measures percent of days. The green bar means good, the yellow bar means moderate, and there's a little tiny bar at the top that says USG. That's unhealthy for sensitive groups. Did I see a hand up or?
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you very much. This is regarding the air monitoring stations. Can you
Yep.
tell me if any of them specifically measure for PFAS in the air?
I'm sorry, measures what?
PFAS chemicals?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I don't, the ability to measure PFAS in ambient air is a significant challenge. We have measured PFAS like out of Saint-Gobain's emission stacks. That's a very technical test method. It's set up by EPA, but there's nothing right now for ambient.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you advance your slide to be the one you were talking about? Is the green bars and the red bar?
Yep.
Yellow. Yeah. This slide and the next one, and what you were just talking about is wonderful to see. But New Hampshire, of course, is a relatively small state,
Correct.
not an island, and we are famously downwind of the rest of the country. As the person in charge of air quality in New Hampshire, do you have is there like a fraction in your mind, the extent to which these great results are the result of New Hampshire policies versus policies that have been implemented throughout the rest of the country and in other states by virtue of the Clean Air Act?
So I would say it's a combination.
Of course, it's a combination. I'm asking.
I
what do you
would
think
say
is the relative weight?
As a downwind state, we have benefited significantly from the reduction of air pollution from upwind states. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Dr. Underhill used to tell me that on a poor air quality day, sometimes probably 90% plus percent of that pollution came into New Hampshire. So it was probably already above the standards before it got here. We add an incremental amount to that. That's on a general wide scale basis. Now, there are certainly cases, for example, you could be downwind of a particular source, and that particular source could certainly add a significant portion of what you're breathing locally. So does that answer your question?
Absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you.
Representative Summers has a question, and I'd remind the members to turn their microphones off when they're finished speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question looking at this. Direct comparison, how does the air quality in New Hampshire directly compare to other states outside of New England?
Generally, I would say Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont probably have fairly similar levels of air pollution on most days. There are some localized situations again, primarily with like wood smoke in the wintertime. The worst air quality in New England is in the Connecticut region. They're right downwind of New York City, the I-95 corridor. They continue to struggle with ozone, and they continue to not meet the federal air quality standards in Connecticut and New York.
I guess my question was, sorry, is how does it compare to states outside of New England?
Oh, sorry, misunderstood that. It varies across the country. There are local situations that occur. I would say our air is cleaned up quite a bit. Historically, ozone has been our biggest pollutant of concern. I would say, as the tailpipe of the city, for some pollutants on some days we're worse than other parts of the countries, but I would say most of the time we're as good, if not better.
So there's no ranking system of states clean versus
Excuse
Well-
me, Representative Summers, let me interrupt you for a second. I'd remind members that if you have a follow-up question, you have to ask permission of the chair to ask that question. Go ahead if you have a follow-up.
quick follow up there. Repeating the question is, sorry, is how does there's no ranking system or anything then
No,
for the 50
we,
states?
we don't have a ranking system. EPA doesn't have a ranking system I'm aware of. The American Lung Association does put out an annual report, and they rate all counties in the country. That report usually comes out, I think, in the early summertime. Historically, we've gotten better and better grades. We have on occasion gotten C's, D's, and even an F once in a while, primarily due to ozone at some of our higher elevations. They have a very stringent ranking system, in my opinion, though.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
One issue I wonder about is whether there are corrections for local sources, very local sources at the monitoring stations. I'm pretty sure there's a large propane tank at the top of Monadnock, and also I think there's a diesel generator. And if those are putting out, running locally, they could screw up your readings.
Yeah, we actually try very hard. We have a incredibly skilled air monitoring staff, very seasoned. We work closely with EPA in setting up our monitoring sites, but one of the things we certainly try to do is we want them to be representative of the general air quality in that region. So you would try to locate your monitors in a way such that they would not be impacted directly by local sources like you're describing.
Representative Cretion has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Another question related to the citing of the air quality measurements. I'm noticing there's two rather close together in Portsmouth and in Rye, but none where I am in Manchester. How do you decide where to cite them? And
Yep,
why are we
that's a
left out?
great that's a great question. And actually, there's a reason we have two so close to each other, in Portsmouth and Rye. One of the things we've known about ozone pollution in the summertime is it can penetrate either right at the coast or it can penetrate farther inland, depending on local weather conditions and whether you have a sea breeze or not. So the one we have a little bit further out at Odeon Point is very representative of the ocean land interface. So we purposely put the one further inland as a scientific monitor to see if in fact the ozone is penetrating that far inland. So in terms of, there are certain criteria under the Federal Clean Air Act that determines how many monitors a state needs. Generally, it's a population-based formula, and we stick consistent with what EPA requires.
Okay, one more question, Representative Noel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm from Berlin,
Mhm.
and I grew up with the mill.
Oh, yes.
And I worked at the mill, and I know that they did a lot of air testing. Do we have access to that information, and could we make a comparison to current air standards in Berlin?
We don't currently have a monitor in Berlin. Historically, we did have monitors up there. primarily around the paper mill, as you're describing, because obviously that was a very significant source. I believe we used to monitor for sulfur, CO, and maybe some particulate matter. Given the current situation up in Berlin, we don't think that there's a need to have a site-specific monitor there. So,
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One really quick question, since it's in my area.
sure.
Can you tell me what pollutants does the site in Londonderry measure?
Londonderry is actually what we call an NCORE site. It's a very specialized site. New Hampshire has 2 NCORE sites. I believe we're monitoring ozone there. We also have a GC there, and we monitor a number of volatile organic compounds. I think we have a trace sulfur dioxide monitor there, I think. So it's one of our most advanced, most recent sites.
Thank you.
And I could certainly supply the committee with a map that not only shows where the monitors are, but what is being monitored for at that particular site. If Joe can make a note of that, or
Thank you.
Phil,
That would be useful. We appreciate that.
we can do that.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair. If you could ask Mr. Wright, he mentioned a GC, if you could explain that to the committee.
So a GC is a gas chromatograph. It's a highly sensitive scientific instrument that can actually speciate various types of volatile organic compounds. Like it can measure benzene, it can measure toluene. There's a whole list of air toxics that we monitor at that site as part of the National Ozone Program. Those are all precursors to ozone, so that's why those scientific sites were developed. New Hampshire is one of the few states in the country that has 2 NCORE sites. We have one there in Londonderry, and also the one at the top of Pack-Monadnock is an NCORE site as well. And the reason that one was chosen is because it's a high level, so it's an indicator of what's transported into the state.
You need a follow-up?
No, Chair, I was just going to say thank you.
Okay, all right. Representative McWilliams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I do want to ask a follow-up question. I checked out the American Lung Association ranking for the counties in New Hampshire.
Yep.
And so I'm seeing that we're doing pretty good except for Rockingham, which has a C. Everybody else is A's and B's. We don't appear to have any data for Carroll County, Stratford County, or Sullivan County. And so my question is, what do we need to do in order to get some data for those counties?
If we were really wanting to do that, we would need to establish new sites.
Follow-up?
What's that?
Follow-up question?
Yep.
Follow-up?
What does that entail to establish a new site?
Well, one, if we would need to work it into our annual monitoring network plan that gets reviewed by EPA to ensure that we're meeting the federal requirements. The biggest hurdle would probably be, one, finding a site, which we can do. 2 would be equipping the site and determining what you wanted to monitor for. I mean, we are setting up a new site in Laconia. We're currently at what the old state school is in Laconia. We're going to move to a more of a downtown location. That's going to cost us at a minimum $150,000. So to establish a new site, you're probably looking at somewhere like $150,000 to $500,000, depending on what you want to monitor for.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Boy,
Thank
you
you,
guys have been saving them up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and
I
thank
love
you
it.
for taking my question.
Yeah.
So building on the previous question, what of the revenue chart, how much of that is tied to spending, any particular spending? For example, with building a new testing site, does that come from the federal funds, or is this like a general fund for the department that then pays for different things? Or how does that
So
work?
the way we've built these sites up over the years is largely with the federal funds we get. It's a requirement. We generally get about $1.7 million from EPA annually, and I would estimate we probably spend somewhere $750,000 to $1 million a year on maintaining the sites. That involves buying new equipment and the staff necessary to go out to the sites. We've done a really good job at automating our sites, but we still need to do field visits and we still need to have field technicians. So EPA logic, the way the state has kicked in historically on our air monitoring sites is every 2 years we do put in a capital budget request for some equipment. We've been fairly successful, I think, the last 3 capital budgets, and we usually get somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000 to $300,000, which that goes strictly to buying new equipment. Some of our equipment is quite old.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Craig. So to follow on with my colleague's question on the revenue piece, if you were to add additional monitoring stations for the 3 counties that Representative McWilliams referenced, would be nice to have some information there. How would that affect the budget? And would you be able to do that within the constraints of the federal monies that you received today?
Not right now.
Yeah.
It would not be possible I don't think it would be possible to establish 3 new sites under our existing federal funds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've exhausted our questions for now. Continue.
All right, we'll get back to the chart we were on. Just general air quality. This is our 10 counties, and the far right side is high elevations. Again, that's Mount Washington and Packman-Adnock sites. The good news is generally 90% of the days we have good air quality in New Hampshire. About 10% of the days we have moderate air pollution, and then a handful of days. When I was here, when I started 36 years ago, it wouldn't be unusual to have 10, 15, 25 days a year, primarily in the summer with ozone exceedances. Today, we average maybe 3 to 5 exceedances a year. We're not in violation the way the math works, but in those days, we try to predict those days, and we do put out what we call air quality action days. And the other thing I'll just note about our air monitoring site, if you go to the DES website, I should have put this in the slides, we have almost up-to-date current data on our DES website of current air quality. It's about an hour old, so it updates every hour. So, this is a great chart. I'll just note that I started in 1988, so I'm going to claim that this is all Craig Wright. No, just kidding, of course. Realistically, this chart, I think, really portrays the success of the Clean Air Act in New Hampshire, the success of our own state legislation. You can see here from 1990, sulfur dioxide emissions are down 90% in the state. That's largely because we've switched away from coal as our main power source and switched into natural gas. CO is down about 80%. That's largely because of improvements in transportation. The Berlin site was historically a very large CO source, but that is now gone as well. NOx is down 75%. That's important, nitrogen oxide, because that's a precursor to ozone. That's one of those pollutants we need to control to keep our ozone under control. Plus, there are health-based standards for NOx itself. VOCs, volatile organic compounds, down 70%. PM 2.5, down 50%. You can see some years there's major drops. Some years it's more of a gradual drop. But this is a good long-term trend for New Hampshire, and we'll be updating this with 2022 data shortly. So now I'm just going to hit some highlights for our 3 bureaus. Our first bureau is our Permitting Environmental Health Bureau. This is our air permitting program. In New Hampshire, we have 805 permitted facilities in New Hampshire. 28 of them are what we call Title V sources. So those are major federal sources that require state permits. We have 264 temporary and state operating permits. Those are sources that New Hampshire has decided, and we've put into our federal plan that we were going to permit that level of source. So I would call them significant state sources. And then we have 422 general permits and 91 permit by notifications. The only reason I mention them is because those are fully online registration processes. It's something we've been really trying to do is get all of our permits up online. We're going to continue to work on that. So in the near future. And there's just some statistics there. I think you can see if you look at the numbers, we generally, what comes in goes out. We run a very efficient permit program. we get very few complaints from our permitted sources about timeliness, which I think is good. It means we're doing our job. If you see a number that's higher than the number received, that's simply because there may have been an application that came in late the last year. So generally, we do a pretty good job of getting permits in and out. Our environmental health program is within the permitting and environmental health group. This is a staff of, I think, 5 or 6 folks. They not only serve the Air Resources Division, they also serve other divisions as well. They work closely with the Waste Management Program and the Water Division as well. In that program, we run what we call an ATSDR. It's a long name there. You can read that for yourself, but that was a grant that we had for 20 years, and we lost it in 2017. That provides, but we did get it back 3 years ago. So that current funding cycle ends in March of 2023, and we just put in an application for a new 5-year grant. This program not only serves the other divisions and the air divisions with environmental health questions, but it also does a great deal of community outreach in areas where there is environmental contamination. They help with risk management. They help with communication about environmental risks. So it's a great program. Very pleased to have it in the air division. Also, Senate Bill 309 a couple years ago, I don't remember what year, created a health risk assessor and a toxicologist position. And that continues to support PFAS standards and risk assessments. Those are both generally funded positions. I also like to point out that we, as an agency, help other entities such as Dartmouth and UNH get grants. We provide technical assistance to those folks on grant opportunities, and we partner with them. We don't get no money from them. Generally, it's just an in-kind service that we're providing under the general funds. But they've been able to leverage almost $750,000 for various studies related to PFAS. So we're pleased to continue that. We've also been developing some education tools for local community leaders related to contamination, cancer investigations, and we also partner very heavily with DPHS, Department of Public Health Services. They also have an environmental health tracking program, so we spend a lot of time working with those folks. Our Compliance Bureau it does exactly what you would think. It goes out in the field, does compliance inspections. You can see some of the statistics there. 57 inspections. One of our goals is, again, we're a fully delegated state. We have a department enforcement policy, but we also have a federal enforcement policy that we need to follow. It's our goal to handle enforcement actions in the state when and where necessary, rather than have EPA come into the state. We think that's we can manage it. I think you see down there before last year we had 38 enforcement actions with no federal overfiling, so we would consider that to be a successful program. We also do stack testing. There's a picture, I think, on the right bottom here. That's one of my guys actually climbing a stack. They do literally go up on the stack, sometimes a couple 100 feet above the ground. So not a job for not the strong-hearted. So we also have an emissions inventory program. We've been working hard. We have to report certain emissions data and compliance data up to EPA. In 2001, we got a federal grant to help bring our emissions inventory database, make it more automated to feed information to EPA. Rather than somebody literally having to type into the federal system, we get it into our system and we periodically upload to them. And we also got a grant last year for us to create an online emissions reporting portal. So this would be industry being able to report information directly into the data system. So I think we have a question.
Representative Munns has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 805 permitted facilities that we have in New Hampshire, how frequently does an inspector get to each of those?
So I mentioned that we have different categories of sources. We have the Title V sources, which are the major sources. We generally have to be there at least once every 2 years under the federal program. All the other state sources under the federal guidance, we have to be there at least once every 5 years. That's boots on the ground. We do on occasion they obviously need to file reports and records with us. So that is reviewed whenever those reports and records come in. Some people report quarterly, some people report annually, but we are checking in between the inspections. And the other thing is if we get a complaint against somebody, we generally go out and try to put boots on the ground to follow up on complaints. Asbestos management, there is an asbestos program in the air division. It's primarily focused on folks who do demo and renovation work where there's asbestos. There's a federal program, NESHAP, that New Hampshire's delegated to do. We also have a federal, what they call a HERA program, which is asbestos in schools. They give us a small amount of money and we go out and do 30 inspections at New Hampshire schools every year for make sure that they're managing their asbestos properly. Just real quick, the Technical Services Bureau, I already mentioned ambient air monitoring with mobile sources program. I have a separate slide on that. Clean energy, we're kind of the technical arm under the RGGI program. PUC handles, DOE handles the money. We handle the technical side of implementing the program. Same with RPS, we provide technical support to the RPS program. And legislation, this group, the Technical Services Bureau, is generally the folks that come down here to see you folks. That includes Becky, Mike, and Joe, and Phil this year. So we track, monitor legislation. I think every year the Air Division probably tracks somewhere 50 to 70 bills, depending on the year. Not as much as we used to, because there is now a DOE, Department of Energy. We were kind of, in the past, I won't say acted as a DOE, but we were probably a little bit more involved in energy issues. But now that we have a DOE, we certainly coordinate on energy issues with them. And obviously our role is to provide technical information to policy committees.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly on the RGGI program, I know over the last 10 years it's been repealed and renewed. How much the percentage of that goes to New Hampshire, and what does it actually go to?
So we have a whole presentation on RGGI to go through right after I'm done with this presentation. Could we wait for that? Okay.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
You show ambient air quality monitoring. I assume that's outside air. Is there an indoor air monitoring program?
We used to have an indoor air quality program. We do not currently have an indoor air quality program. I think we had a small amount of federal funds for that. We lost that many, many years ago. I think indoor air quality may be handled by Department of Public Health Services more than us at this point.
Thank you.
Okay, just mobile sources. I already mentioned them. Largest source of air pollution in New Hampshire and pretty much the country. Some of our mobile source programs are the annual motor vehicle inspections, OBD. Everybody knows this as the check engine light program, everybody's favorite program when they got to get their car inspected. That is an air pollution control program. We have a couple grant programs, DERA, Diesel Emission Reduction Act. We get money from EPA. We match that money with VW money to get bonus money, and that helps change out diesel projects across the state. We generally go through a competitive process and rank the scores and things like that. Granite State Clean Cities Coalition, this is a partnership of well over 100 partners, I think, Becky. The goal here is to reduce New Hampshire's reliance on fossil fuels, encourage alternative fuel vehicles. We do a lot of education outreach. We also work with transportation and regional planning commissions. So I quickly wanted to mention Volkswagen. New Hampshire got, some folks may remember back a number of years ago, Volkswagen was caught in an emissions cheating scandal. I won't go into the details of that, but out of that settlement, New Hampshire got almost $31 million put into an environmental mitigation trust fund. DES became the lead agency on that trust fund in July. This says August, but I think it was July, but I think the actual paperwork went through in August. We worked with OEP, Office of Energy and Planning, back when they existed before becoming part of DOE to come up with the mitigation plan. And this chart here shows the breakdown of where the money's going to go. $9.3 million to municipal, $6.2 million to state vehicles. There's going to be a pool of competitive money. And the one that we're currently working on is the $4.6 million for EVSC, that's electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And then also administrative costs, the $4.6 million will come nowhere near using that $4.6 million for administrative costs. The admin costs that we don't use will get rolled back into the pot to be used for environmental good. Looks like we have a question.
Representative Murner has a question.
Yes, thank you. On the 4.6 million, that money's been sitting there for quite a while. Has any of it been spent yet? Because all the other states have run out of their money. And I know that we had looked into some funding for different stations in the North Country.
Yep.
I was working with Councilor Kenny on this, and basically it kind of got dropped there for a year, a couple of years ago.
So,
Because we were changing from Department of Energy. I know there was a few factors. I was just wondering where we stand right now, because I get a lot of questions on this.
yep. So the next slide talks to that. So great question, Representative. So we actually working with our partners at OEP, we actually did do a solicitation a number of years ago. I don't remember what year, Becky, our unsuccessful solicitation was. So in 2019, we did put out an RFP and we got 0 qualified responses. So obviously something went wrong there. So we started working with OEP, DOE when they became the lead. And we did put out a solicitation last year. I think it was October of 21. Yeah. So we spent a significant amount of time trying to perfect that RFP. We held listening sessions we wanted to get it right this time. So we did, I forget exactly how many responses we got to that RFP. And with 14 projects were selected, and you can see the numbers here. All of the projects are on our designated alternative fuel corridors. This represents 31 DC fast charges and 13 level 2 charges. We've gotten 1 contract through Governor and Council, and I've seen at least 2 more come across my desk, and we think we'll have all of those contracts done in the next quarter. It is an absolute high priority for us right now. Yep. We were a little bit behind the ball. We had that unsuccessful solicitation. We learned a lot from our neighboring states. We work closely. You probably heard of the term NESCOM before. NESCOM is Northeast States Coordinated Air Use Management. There's 6 New England states, New York, New Jersey. We share information quite a bit. The amount of money that went into this pot, the 4.6 million, was the maximum allowed under the VW trust settlement. That decision came through the governor's office, obviously, to maximize that. So we put the full 15% to that. I will just also say that the Department of Transportation also has a pot of money called NEVI. I think that's National Electric Vehicle Initiative. So they have a pot of about a little over $17 million to do something similar, to put electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And we've been working with them and they've been working with us because we're trying to coordinate these 2 programs as best we can. But right now, this money is out there and it's going to be spent. They'll start spending their money probably later in 2023.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Do you have any statistics on utilization rates of the electric vehicle charging stations? Because I didn't really think about it, but as I came through the rest area today, this morning, there's a whole row of them there, and I don't remember there being a single car there.
Generally, if it's at the rest area, it's probably the Tesla charges. Those are those are only for Tesla vehicles. So anybody else driving a non-Tesla can't charge there. I've seen what you've described before. I've seen none, or I've seen them all being used. I want to turn to Becky. I know for the contracts we're letting out for the EV charging situations, they will need to track and report utilization rates to us. But those are sites that we're funding, so we can easily make that part of the contract. I don't know if there's other information. Okay.
Representative Corman has a question as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Regarding these chargers, what types of sites are they actually located at? I mean, there are rest areas, but in general, what sorts of sites are we
So
seeing?
I think for the 14 projects we've selected, some of the sites I believe are supermarket sites, general store sites. So they're all publicly accessible, or else we wouldn't be funding them. All right, you guys got a lot of questions today. That's good. Just real quick, major air qualities in New Hampshire. We've talked about ozone. Ozone has historically been our largest regulatory driver. I don't need to beat that to death. I'm just going to jump through some slides here on ozone in a minute. Fine particulate matter has been a challenge at times for us. It's primarily a wintertime wood smoke issue. Our poster child for that in the past was the Keene area, which used to have significant air quality challenges with wood smoke during the wintertime. We actually helped facilitate 2 wood stoves change-out programs in the Keene area a number of years ago, and the levels of PM seem to have come down. We used to issue air quality action days. We haven't issued an air quality action day for wood smoke there in a number of years, so that's a good news story. But EPA is talking about revising that standard. Regional haze, this isn't a health program. I have a slide on this later on. It's really visibility up in what we call Class 1 areas. New Hampshire has 2 Class 1 areas that receive special consideration under the Federal Clean Air Act. And one of those programs is to ensure that visibility returns to what they call natural conditions by 2064. So it's going to be well after I'm here. We're actually making very good progress. We've gone through 2 10-year planning periods on the regional haze program, and I'm looking forward to being retired before we have to do the 3rd 10-year plan. So it's a lot of work. The Class 1 areas, in case you're wondering, are up in the White Mountains. No big surprise. These are wilderness areas, over 5,000 acres. Like I said, New Hampshire has 2 of them. Just real quick, ozone. There's good ozone and there's bad ozone. The good ozone is the ozone up in our stratosphere. That's what protects us from UV radiation from the sun. We all used to hear about the hole in the ozone layer. My understanding, that's getting better. The bad ozone is the stuff that's at ground level. It's not naturally occurring. It's man-made due to pollution. It's nitrogen oxides and VOCs in the presence of sunlight. So it's a summertime issue. You can read this, but basically ozone is bad for your lungs. If you're a compromised situation, you have bronchitis, you have asthma, ozone is going to make that situation much worse. It increases the frequency of asthma attacks, makes lungs more susceptible to infection. And New Hampshire does generally have high levels of asthma, especially in our children populations. One of the things we recognize, and somebody brought this up before, and that's the question of air pollution brought into the state. We are part under the Clean Air Act of what we call the Ozone Transport Region. That's these 13 states right here, which goes from most of Maine all the way down to parts of Virginia and Washington, D.C. The Clean Air Act recognized that no individual state can solve the ozone problem. It's a transport component to it. So there is an Ozone Transport Commission. Commissioner Scott sits on that. I generally go to the meetings as New Hampshire's representative. This group can look at modeling. It can look at inventories. It can look at what types of control strategies we need. And we have, in fact, adopted some control strategies consistent with the other states in the region. This is a good new chart. I mentioned the NAAQS. Those are the air quality standards. You can see this red line. You can see how the red line has changed on period. It used to be 85 parts per billion, then 75 parts per billion, then 70 parts per billion. That's EPA revising the health-based standard. This looks at our long-term ozone trends in New Hampshire, and you can see there were times in the past where we were above the red line. That's when we would have been in non-attainment. So I think this is a great chart because it shows we're making progress. The standards are getting tighter, but also our readings are getting better. So I think it's a good news story. Just real quick. Yep.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So involving the EPA standards that have been, where the standards have been reduced over the years, can you explain to me obviously we have better science, but what drives them to be able to lower the standards in terms of are they going towards a particular goal? Has science gotten better, or are they just lowering them because they can?
I would generally say that, first of all, there's always controversy when EPA sets the standards, right? Some people think they should be lower. Some people think they should be less stringent. EPA has a very formal process. They form a panel known as CASAC. I don't recall exactly what that stands for, but they assemble a panel of experts. What those panels of experts will do is evaluate health studies to understand how a particular pollutant impacts human health. Then based on those studies, based on the recommendation of that committee, EPA goes through a formal rulemaking process, which is, of course, a public process. EPA just proposed a new NAAQS standard for PM. They just put a proposal out right around Christmas time. I suspect it will take them at least a year to complete the rulemaking process, and then that will start a 3-year clock for New Hampshire to evaluate where we are with those standards.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There must, in my mind, be a threshold level where of naturally occurring ozone, because ionizing
Yes.
radiation and so
Yes.
forth. And so how, clearly we're trying to approach that, but we're never going to get there.
There is a natural level, I guess you could call it background conditions, where the standard is above that as far as my understanding. The 70 standard has been in place since 2014, 2015. EPA is currently looking at the ozone standard. I don't suspect they're going to make another change at this point. But I've been proven wrong many times, so. All right, fine particulate matter, to me, in a way, this is a more challenging pollutant because there are some health studies out there that say any fine particulate matter is bad for human health. What is fine particulate? It's a complex mixture of really tiny particles and liquid droplets. On the left of this slide is a human hair, 70 microns. So you can see PM 2.5 and PM 2.10 are much tinier than even a human hair. So the problem with that small of a particle is it penetrates very deeply into the lungs and can actually also penetrate into the cardiovascular system. So it's so small, it has impacts not only on lungs, but heart health as well. So similar to the chart we just saw on ozone, we can see real quickly here that the changing in the ozone health-based standard. Again, good news story, our numbers are generally going down. I'm going to pick up the pace here because I know we want to do Reggie too. So regional haze, again, this is the program in our class 1 areas. This shows on a good clear day, visibility range of 118 miles, a bad visibility day of 20 miles. That's a hazy day. Those aren't clouds, that's air pollution. That's very fine particles in the atmosphere, either sulfur particles, nitrogen particles, or even sea salt to some degree. That all impacts visibility. So it's not a health issue, it's a quality of life issue. I mean, everybody wants to go up to the mountains and see the mountains, right? We don't want to get there and not see the mountains. Just real quick, I'm going to hit real quick some PFAS slides. RSA 125C10E requirements for air emissions. This was put in place, obviously, because of the situation that occurred down in Merrimack around the St. Cobain facility. It requires a number of things to be done in those types of situations. I won't get into the details, other than to say what we're doing right now is working diligently to make sure that we're complying with the statute there. You can see some of this triggers off of if there are ambient groundwater quality standards. So this is the first time we've had a state statute that looks at air depositing on the soil and eventually getting into the groundwater. So it's kind of a unique situation, kind of unforeseen in the past. So last year there was 2022 legislation to require the department to look at science, what studies are out there. Do we need to look at strengthening any ambient air quality standards we have for PFAS? We did do a review this year led by Dr. Jonathan Patali in our environmental health risk group. And he made no recommendations to adopt any new standards simply because there's not a lot of good science in this arena about the inhalation risks of PFAS.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, back on the PFAS issue, I understand that it is a unique issue, but I was wondering, you mentioned earlier that your department does do enforcement in terms of air quality, and I'm wondering whether we are engaged as a state solely in mitigation of the problem, or whether we've actually stopped them from continuing to support emitting. In other words, is it a continuing problem, or is it something that has been addressed?
So there's a couple quick comments on that. Back in 2004, the St. Gobain facility was found to be emitting levels of an ammonium salt of PFAS. I think it was APFO or something like that, which was regulated under our air toxics program. And the information we got from them from doing some stack testing, albeit it was very primitive stack testing at the time, because it wasn't a really good federal method to measure PFAS in the air coming out of the stack. So they were required to reduce the content of those coatings. Literally, it could have been from tens of thousand parts per million in the coating down to like 75 parts per million. So that was the first step. Then obviously we got into the situation that we're faced with right now, and that's the contamination of groundwater. That RSA 125C10E, one of the requirements of that is if you cause or have the potential to cause a groundwater exceedance, you have to do what we call best available control technology. And that's what we required St. Gobain to do. They installed a regenerative thermal oxidizer in place, and that's been tested twice successfully. So they are down to the point where they're, if releasing very, very minor amounts, probably less than 1 or 2 pounds a year, compared to in the past when they may have been as high as 900 pounds or more. So yes, we've made a lot of strides.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on the previous question, recently St. Gobain self-reported that the RTOs failed and they admitted 17 pounds of PFAS chemicals into the air. Were they held accountable? Was there a financial fine? And do we rely only on self-reporting issues like that?
There's two things. They obviously have to do monitoring, record keeping, and reporting on a regular basis under their air permit. They have to report to us what we call permit deviations. The most recent one may have been in the last month. They're required to maintain a certain temperature, operating temperature in the RTO, and that's monitored across the RTO. And they dropped like 1.5 degrees below the minimum required in the permit, and they reported that as a deviation. That's what they're supposed to do. They do have a bypass stack on the incinerator, and I know that's caused a lot of angst from people. We're currently evaluating the bypass stack as part of their air permit application to renew their permit. So we'll be beginning a public process on that pretty soon. Plus, I mentioned we do require the annual test of the incinerator. They do hire a third-party person to do that testing. DES is on site. We had 2 seasoned veterans on site when they did the test last fall. We oversee that testing. We oversee what the production processes are to make sure the processes that they're running are representative of what they're doing on a daily basis. So there is definitely boots on the ground there.
Follow up?
Yes, please. When you referred to a failure creating angst to people, can you explain what you mean by that?
Oh, I obviously, when the bypass stack first came to be known, it was not in the permit. We determined that during one of our inspections, and I think obviously local people are concerned with making sure that if they're going to continue to operate, that they operate in compliance with their permits. That's kind of what I was alluding to.
Thank you very much.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are PFAS chemicals a component of the PM 2.5 matter that's being monitored?
There is There are ambient levels, so in the general air, there is PFAS. We know it's it's ubiquitous across the environment at this point. So I don't know offhand I believe it probably is in a particulate form by that point in time, but I'm not 100% certain. I would need to check on that with my staff. This was a St. Cobain slide. We've just mentioned we've already gone through 2 rounds of stack testing. We are going to be going out with their operating permit public hearing in early 2023, so coming up shortly. We have tested at a couple other facilities, well, at least one other facility in the state, and no issues subject to similar to what we've seen at St. Cobain have we found at those other facilities. All right, my last slide before you get to talk to Joe about Reggie. EPA put out a strategic plan last year to cover the 2022 to 2026 timeframe. They listed 7 major strategic goals in that plan. I'm not going to go through all of them. I am just going to hit the top 2, though: climate change and environmental justice and civil rights. I can't go to a meeting with EPA where those 2 subject matters are brought up, climate change and environmental justice. As part of the IRA bill, Inflation Reduction Act, there's a lot of money in there. EPA is still trying to figure out how they're going to spend some of it, to be honest with you. They currently have 6 or 7 open dockets where they've asked questions of people. How do we want to invest this money in climate change strategies? How do we want to invest this money in environmental justice and civil rights? EJ, or environmental justice, is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. New Hampshire does not have an EJ statute. The department does have a civil rights non-discrimination plan that was just signed off by the commissioner back in October. I think it's a 17-page document talking about how the department will implement its programs in compliance with the federal Title VI civil rights law. But there's also an environmental justice component to that. We will continue to monitor that. A lot of what environmental justice entails is what they call disparate impacts in disadvantaged communities. Disparate impacts and cumulative impacts. Those are words that we hear all the time from EPA, but there's not a lot of federal guidance on how you implement a lot of these programs. So we're working closely. We have an internal team at DES looking at this issue. We think it could come up in some hearings we may have coming up for some permitted facilities. We're going to continue to monitor that. A big part of EJ is make sure you do good community engagement, meaningful community engagement. If there are minority speaking folks, make sure that putting out information in their native language so they understand what's going on. But the big challenge is going to be if you find a disparate or a cumulative impact, how do you define that, and then what do you do about it? Because there's really nothing in statute as to how you implement that. So waiting for some more federal guidance on that program. It's a priority of the current administration.
Thank you, Director Wright. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a question that's may not be widely accepted, but we recognize the fact that the climate is changing, and also that we're doing everything we can to help get rid of the pollutants in the air. But the climate is changing anyway, and so my question would be have you heard of any discussions within the federal government on any monies that could also be used to help us prepare for the changing of the climate, in addition to the fact that we're trying to reduce pollutants to maybe slow it down? But has there been any talk about preparing how we can help ourselves for the climate that is changing?
So some of the money contained in the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, I believe will go towards not only planning, mitigation, but also how do we respond to it? How do we build better infrastructure to deal with the changing climate? How do we look at, the size of culverts from heavy rain events, which I think some of us would agree that, what we see today is different than when I was a kid. I can say that unequivocally. I recognize that weather changes year to year, but there does certainly seem to be some component there that is changing, that's for sure.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, my question was also, I was waiting until you were done with your slides to come back to it. On slide 21, the last bullet was under major air quality issues was climate change and clean energy. And I wondered why it was on that slide. But, I don't think you spoke to it or had anything to say about it. On this committee, I think from a policy standpoint, we look at bills all the time.
Yep.
That are proposed in order to either have better planning around addressing climate change or bringing our policies up to snuff with what is going on, regionally or nationally. And clean energy was listed there as well. So I was just wondering why that bullet was there, and if you could just say a little bit about why it's under that.
I think it's just a recognition of if you're gonna deal with climate issues, you need to deal with energy issues. Most of our emissions that are related to climate change, CO2, are related to energy usage, whether it's in the transportation sector in terms of burning fuel. We all burn. I'm sure most of us drove a gasoline car here today. That certainly has CO2 emissions. So in my mind, and I think in the department's mind, clean energy and climate are interrelated, but there's a lot of benefits to clean energy, not just climate. Clean energy also has other air quality benefits as well.
Thank you.
Representative.
I'll apologize. I just skipped over that slide in my haste. But I knew climate was also coming back under the federal policy side because that is a huge priority for the administration. And we've consistently told the administration that if you want to go down the road of working in this area, states would need resources. States can't do this without boots on the ground and funding to do some of the things that may need to be done.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
And ideally, leading at the federal level makes a lot of sense to me at some ways, because it's a national thing more than just a state issue.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was just really a follow-on to Representative Thomas's question. Maybe just try to elucidate a little more detail. To what extent has DES been involved? Since I was a city council in Portsmouth, I know that regional planning commissions around the state have been making efforts to help localities adapt to the changing climate, prepare their infrastructure, make their infrastructure more resilient to the increased flooding and things like that. So to what extent is DES involved in those, or helping direct or helping fund?
So there's a couple different areas we can point to. Obviously, in terms of mitigation, we're obviously part of the RGGI program, and you're going to hear about RGGI. DES kind of serves as the technical resource on RGGI. We do all the contracting with RGGI Inc., but that's getting into those details that Joe will probably cover. We also provide support to the Renewable Portfolio Standards program in New Hampshire. There's a role for DES there in certifying that sources are meeting the emission limitations to qualify for the RECs. Not so much the air division, although we did have a position a number of years ago that had a small climate grant through Homeland Security. And that person largely worked with like the Coastal Adaptation Work Group. DES is a big partner working with coastline communities and planning for resiliency and things along those lines. And we also were working with the Upper Valley area as well. But I will say we don't have a lot of resources in this area in terms of, that's why I mentioned one of the stress points we've given to the administration is if you want work in this area, you need to fund it. There's more that can be done.
May I suggest we move on to the Reggie program? I'm sure Joe will be mindful of the fact that the lunch hour will be starting soon.
Right, I will call up Joe's presentation. Yep.
Should they use the arrow keys too or not?
Yep. Yes, you can.
What's that? Yeah.
Good morning. Again, my name is Joe Fontaine. I have been the department representative managing the New Hampshire portion of the Reggie program since its inception. Typically, the first slide of a presentation is fluff, but on this slide, I have the link to the Reggie website. It has a lot of good information. I'm not going to be able to cover everything today, so if you're interested in more details about the Reggie program, I encourage you to go to the Reggie website. Let's see. So I wanted to start off with a little historical perspective. New Hampshire does have a 2009 climate action plan, and one recommendation of that plan was to implement Reggie, and the link to that website for the climate action plan is at the top. Kind of small, but it's there. So in statute, New Hampshire statute, one of the requirements is for a joint report from the Department of Environmental Services and now Department of Energy to file an annual report and to update the legislature on a number of allowances sold, number of allowances not sold, which all of them in recent years have sold. There was a period in the early years of Reggie where a few went unsold. Price data, market monitoring reports, again on that Reggie website. We have a market monitor. Since the beginning of the program, there's been no evidence of collusion or manipulative behavior on the part of the bidders. Maybe to back up a step, I thought Craig was going to include one slide on Reggie in his presentation, but basically we have a diagram on how Reggie works. It's a program to reduce CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emissions from power plants. And so there's a regional cap. Each state has a budget that decreases year after year. The allowances, they're called, which represent 1 ton of emissions, get auctioned quarterly. And at the end of a 3-year compliance period, each power plant has to have enough allowances to cover its emissions. There is a provision that at the end of each year, they have to cover half their emissions. But I digress. Other requirements of the annual report are on emissions, both state level and regional level. And so I have a few slides from the most recent report this November that I'll get to, but I just wanted to go over first, as I said, a little bit of historical perspective. So in the early years, there were bills put in to repeal Reggie. And I think what the legislature has settled on is what's referred to as contingent repeal. If Massachusetts or 2 other New England states drop out of Reggie, then there's provision in the statute that New Hampshire would drop out. That makes sense because if New Hampshire were to drop out by itself, it would not have a large impact on electricity rates, but New Hampshire would forego any revenue from the RGGI program, and I'm going to get to a slide on the revenue, so you'll see that that is significant. So again, going back in time in 2017, Senator Avard was the prime sponsor of a bill for a study committee to look at costs in the electricity system. And there's a link to that report of that study committee. But one of the two of the major findings of that report were transmission and distribution costs are increasing, and energy efficiency is one way to offset some of those costs. So this is a slide from ISO New England, which I guess you're going to hear from at some point, but they do annually forecasts, and two of the forecasts are transportation and heating electrification and how that increases the load for the regional at the regional level. So that goes into the gross load, and then energy efficiency and BTM is behind the meter, solar or distributed energy, reduce the gross load and you get a net load. So, you know, there's savings from energy efficiency. I think in the presentation last week from the consumer advocate, Don Crease, he talked about nanowatts, negative megawatts. And so that's kind of shows how it reduces the gross load to the net load. Another slide from ISO New England on costs. It's hard to read, and I'm not going to go into detail on it, but just if you just look at the bar graph, the RGGI portion is a very small portion of the overall cost for generation. And you know, again, this was talked about last week, I believe, but electricity costs track natural gas prices or fuel costs. Those are the major component that impacts electricity costs. So getting to some of the slides that are in the annual report that DOE and DES submit to the legislature. This is a slide on a New Hampshire specific slide on the four different utilities and their typical bill as of August 1st, 2022. And you can barely read the RGGI portion at the top. The blue portion at the bottom, again, is fuel costs. And you have transmission and distribution costs are major costs. So again, from the annual report, DOE commented that the costs are very small, about 0.1%. So in New Hampshire, that translates to about 21 cents per month for the average residential customer. And the impact can be offset by investment in energy efficiency. And the next slide I'm going to go over is under current law, this is how the RGGI funds are distributed. As I mentioned, there's quarterly auctions. So the 4 quarterly auctions together from last year were about $43 million in revenue. That goes into the energy efficiency fund. So RGGI, sometimes people get confused between RGGI and RPS. RPS, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, is renewable energy. The RGGI money goes into the energy efficiency fund, not the renewable energy fund. And so the breakdown is according to what we call the dollar threshold, which was enacted a few years back, 2013, I believe. And so in 2022, there are roughly 3.21 million allowances sold. So only the first dollar of that goes to the funding of the energy efficiency programs. supplements the SBC, and the remainder above $1 goes to ratepayer rebates. And just a general rule of thumb, we assume 60-40, 60% to commercial industrial customers, 40% to residential. So most of the money under current law goes to rebates, ratepayer rebates. Again, from the annual report, the last, the report, as I said, was in November. There was another auction in December, so I added that in here. So 5 auctions since the previous annual report. So that's why the 55 million is a little higher than the 43 million on the previous slide. But auction prices over that last 5 auction cycle range from, around $13 to almost $14, which is higher than in the past. So just a high level overview, Reggie started off the first 3 years with a flat cap, and then it gradually declines. So it sends a predictable market signal that the regulated community, the power plants, can react to in advance and know what they and plan and know how much they can emit. And at the bottom of the slide, there again is mention of the dollar threshold for allowances rebated. So I think you're gonna in the session, there's several bills that address possible amendment to that dollar threshold. Preview of coming attractions. So I just wanted to again touch base historically. We do at the regional level periodic program reviews roughly every 4 years, 5 years or so. So the last one was done in 2016, actually finalized in 2017, I believe. And the recommendation for post 2020 through 2030 was to maintain a similar glide path to the reduction slope that we were on. So at the regional level, that's about 2.275 million tons. And New Hampshire and Maine got a slight deal that other states did additional reductions in 2021, and Maine and New Hampshire did not. And we also did not do an emissions containment reserve that 7 other states did. So this slide goes into a little more detail on that. The goal regionally was to get to 30%. So when I say New Hampshire got a slight deal, I think Maine and New Hampshire are doing about 29.1%. So, but some of the other states did a little bit more in 2021, so that regionally we got to 30% reduction by 2030 in the cap. Now we're in the midst of another program review. Started in 2021, ongoing. We'll be doing analysis. Again, if you go to the Reggie website on that first slide, you can sign up to receive emails on and participate in the process. Comment if you want. There are a number of comments on there already from the public. So one of the things that there's been some uncertainty about that we hope to address in 2023 when we go through and complete program review, which states are in, which states are out. So New Jersey originally was in the program back 2009 to 2011. Then Governor Christie took them out. They came back in 2020. Virginia is in the program in 2021, and but their new governor has said that they will be out by the end of 2023. Pennsylvania talked about coming in. It went to court. It's still in court. We're waiting to get a court decision by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court as to whether they will come in. They obviously didn't come in 2022, so hopeful that they come in 2023. And also North Carolina has talked about coming in. Again, 2023 may be ambitious for them, more likely 2024. But in general, the more states that are in the program, that reduces the costs for the other states. Like New Hampshire's costs could go down if it's spread out amongst more states. So as I mentioned, we're currently in program review. It's very possible New Hampshire may seek another deal, and I think we intend to make no further cap reduction before 2031. The past program review went through 2030, so we want to give power plants time to plan for any changes that get made. Another requirement of the annual report is emissions. So this first slide on emissions is New Hampshire emissions. And you can see there's generally a downward trend. As I mentioned, 2020 and 2021, 2020 New Jersey is in, 2021 New Jersey and Virginia are in. So those bars go up, but that's because there's more states in, not necessarily because the 9 state emissions continue to go down. So at the top, you can see that 2022 overall budget, but this is for New Hampshire, was 3.8 million, and the total emissions, the black bar on the right is a little higher than 2 million. So we were well within the New Hampshire budget. And then this is regional, and this is the one where the last 2 years include more states. So again, regional cap 2021 was 119 million, almost 120 million, and the far right blue bar is below that, so well within the regional cap. So good story on emissions, and just my information, and Mike, who apologizes couldn't be here today. Feel free to call me or email me with questions. And
Thank
I think
you.
I stayed within the time frame.
You did a great job, Joe. We appreciate it. We're getting hungry. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'd like to go back to your previous slide, the 6, involving the annual energy forecast, which you said you obtained via ISO New England information. I have a question that will probably get a follow-up. The last column on the right, is that indicative of the amount of energy that's going to be needed in New England per year?
Yes.
So, follow-up question?
Follow-up.
Thank you. So is there another column, or is there a slide that shows how much energy production is going to be available per year? And I don't mean we have a lot of proposals out there, but we all know that very few of them actually get approved over time. So is there any information involving how much energy is going to be available per year to be put with the slide?
So that's one of the reasons why this slide was excerpted from an ISO report, but that's one of the functions of ISO New England to manage the grid. So, you know, annually, that's what they're doing, is making sure that there's available capacity, more than available to meet the expected demand. So ISO New England would have that information.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is just a pretty small question that relates to second to last slide on New Hampshire CO2 emissions from applicable sources. So this is showing us that what we know, there are really only 3 power plants in New Hampshire that are subject to RGGI, emitting carbon, and 2 of them I know are Newington, near where I live, and then the Granite Ridge, I believe, is the one in Representative Thomas's district, Londonderry. And then what's the third one?
So
GSP.
there's actually 5 plants.
5 plants.
But there's 3 companies, if you will.
Okay.
So there's Granite Ridge, which is just south of the Manchester Airport, which is a gas plant. There's Essential Power Newington, which is also a gas plant.
Yep.
And then the other bar is a combination of the 3 Granite Shore plants, formerly PS&H plants. So those are Merrimack Station, Schiller Station in Portsmouth, and Newington Station.
And am I correct? Those are the coal-fired plants?
So Newington is not coal-fired. Schiller was coal-fired. They converted 1 unit to biomass, but now they don't operate at all. And Merrimack is still coal-fired, operates infrequently.
And Bow?
In Bow, yeah.
Okay.
Merrimack, yeah, it's kind of confusing. It's Merrimack
It's called
Station.
Merrimack
but
Station
it's
in Bow.
In Bow,
Got it.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have a question, Joe. Do the biomass plants in the North Country, Bridgewater and Burgess Biopower, are they subject to RGGI?
Currently, they are not. That's an advantage to them. They don't have to buy allowances to cover their emissions. And the reason for that is we've generally regarded biomass as carbon neutral, or mostly carbon neutral, in that trees grow in the forest and offset the emissions. In this most recent program review, we did receive at least 1 comment that those should be included in the program and should have to buy allowances to cover their CO2 emissions. And that's under review in the program review process. But generally, New Hampshire is regarded biomass as carbon neutral. Not all states do. Massachusetts does not.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. This is a good presentation. The $1 that goes to RGGI, can you tell me how that translates to energy, cost-wise to energy savings? So there was a formula, $1 equals so much savings?
So if it is spent on energy efficiency, there's been studies in the past that, investment in energy efficiency saves, in the long run, $2 to $3 probably for every dollar spent. If it's rebated to ratepayers, then they get that. The dollar portion isn't rebated, but the other portion that's rebated, they get that amount of money rebated.
I was referring to the energy efficiency, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, or did you have one, Representative McGee? Representative McGee.
Hi, Joe. This is just for clarification. I had heard that one of the reasons to not get out of the RGGI program is that states that are part of the program continue to have to pay even if they're not gaining benefits from the program. Is that one of the reasons that New Jersey got back in? I just was wondering how to view that.
Not so much New Jersey. That's true of New England because
Okay.
New England has a regional power pool. And so, you know, if New Hampshire drops out of the New England region, you still have 5 other states. Certainly Massachusetts is disproportionate share of that. So it wouldn't impact electric rates very much for New Hampshire. New Jersey, I think, got back in because they recognized that action is needed on climate, and they are part of the PJM, Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland, but it's larger than that power pool. So some of the states in that power pool are in, some are out. So it doesn't really, that same hypothesis or reasoning doesn't apply to them as much as it does New Hampshire.
So
Follow up?
yeah, the follow-up is, so does that mean that we would still continue to pay if we pulled out and not receive the benefit? Is that accurate or?
Right. So, I mean, there'd be an imperceptible decrease probably in New Hampshire, New England electricity rates if New Hampshire pulled out, and we would not get this, you know, last year, $43 million in revenue. So we would not be able to do either energy efficiency or ratepayer rebates, which, you know, advantage New Hampshire ratepayers.
Okay, well, thank you very much. This has been a very informative presentation as usual by the department. We really appreciate you being here today. And I'm sure you'll be back to testify on specific bills. We'll look forward to seeing you then. And with that, the committee will now go into recess until 1 o'clock, at which time we'll have a presentation by the Joint Utilities, Eversource, Unitil, and Liberty, followed by a presentation by the New Hampshire Electric Co-op. So we will be in recess until 1 o'clock. This is your 1-minute warning. We'll resume this meeting in 1 minute. Okay, everyone, if you please take your seats. We will resume this meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. We had a lengthy presentation this morning from the Department of Environmental Services. And now we will continue this afternoon with some presentations from the electric utilities who serve our state. We'll start out with a presentation of the 4 utilities led by Eversource. And I will ask Mr. Licata to come forward and Mr. Foley and begin our presentations. Before we start there, I will make one other quick announcement. This morning I said, or I reported to you that ISO New England might not be here on Thursday due to an illness situation. I confirmed just a few minutes ago that they will in fact be here on Thursday morning. So ISO New England will be here Thursday morning at 10:30, and the New England power generators will be here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So with that announcement, I'll now turn the floor over to Mr. Licata.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Vose, members of the committee, Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy, again, before you. With me is Doug Foley, who's the president of operations here in New Hampshire. We really appreciate the opportunity and the invitation of the committee to come in and give some background information on how utilities operate. We usually do this jointly with the other utilities. This year we sort of broke it up, so you'll be hearing from all the different utility companies, distribution utility companies, electric and gas. And we really view this as the start of a conversation with all of you. We know you have, I think it's 42 bills before you this year, and we really hope to be a constructive voice and aid and sort of a resource for you as you consider those public policy discussions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Doug Foley. We're going to tick through a presentation, and as we go, please feel free to interrupt and ask questions as we work through the slide deck.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and the committee here for allowing us the opportunity to share, overview of Eversource and the electric utility here in New Hampshire. As Mike had indicated, my name's Doug Foley. I've been in the industry for over 33 years. Similar background that I have. I've been in operations those 33 years, working with our field crews in Massachusetts for Eversource. Worked with the overhead and underground line workers, the substation. So really run the whole full gamut of the electric utility business. Also served the capacity as an incident commander in Mass for the last 10 years for major storms and major events. And I have similar responsibilities here in New Hampshire.
Sorry. I don't know if you want the screens on, Chairman. We did plug in. I don't know how to do that, though. I don't know if it's just the remote over here.
Christy, can you help
Sorry, I just noticed they weren't
get them fired up? I wondered why the screens were dark. I assumed you had chosen that strategy, but We can see it. Okay. Thank you. All right, so just a high-level overview of Eversource. So we serve the distribution customers here in New Hampshire, about 70% of the distribution customers. So it's about 540,000 retail customers and serving over 211 communities here in the Granite State. I'm going to get into a little more details on my next slide, but we have about 14,000 miles of distribution overhead infrastructure with a little bit of underground infrastructure here in the Manchester and Concord area. We have about 1,000 miles of transmission, and the difference between distribution and transmission is its voltage, and I'll talk about that in the next slide. We have about 100 substations that essentially converts high voltage power to usable power across the Granite State, and about 300,000 poles that we own, Eversource owns across the Granite State. And of course, CCI and the other utilities that joining me here also own some similar infrastructure in their service territory. Eversource covers 5,600 square miles, and across the state we have 5 reporting locations, or area work centers, where not only do line workers show up and their associated supervisors, but we also have inventory, engineering, customer reps also report regionally. Our headquarters is in Manchester. That's where I reside. And we also have a distribution system there, a dispatch system, which is both our bulk, which is our transmission voltage, and we also have our distribution voltage distribution system in Manchester. And that group has the responsibility to operate. They have full visibility of both systems 24/7, and then they operate equipment that we have out in the field real time. So for instance, if there was an outage in a particular area or there was a pole struck, the first responders for that community would call in to either our call center or the dispatch center, and those folks in the dispatch center will do some remote switching and then also dispatch a line crew out there to make the repairs in real time. Here in New Hampshire, we have about 1,500 employees that support the New Hampshire operation in the families of Eversource. You know, just kind of a high view of the electric network, and I'm sure everybody is well aware that back a few years ago, we divested of all our generating responsibilities, so we buy the power off the market. So essentially, for us, the system is broken up into 3 major components. You have the transmission infrastructure, which is the taller poles on the right-of-ways that operate at a higher voltage. Typically, it's 69,000 up to 345,000 kilovolts. And then those have the ability to travel long distances and input power into the region here in New Hampshire. They also give us the ability to bring any renewables, typically renewables that are being developed, whether it's wind up on the ridges of the mountains, or could be a solar operation. It's typically an area where there's not a lot of load, but there is quite a bit of real estate to build different generating DJ type infrastructure, and we utilize those transmission lines as kind of the highway to get that power into the load pocket where it's needed. A substation, in its basic concept, essentially converts the higher voltage and converts it to a lower voltage, or a distribution voltage. And then we also use substations for some transfer capability, both on the transmission voltage system and on the distribution voltage system. That gives us some redundancy in our operation. But a substation then converts it to distribution voltage, which here in New Hampshire, we run a gamut, but we have 34.5, so 34,000 volts. We have some 12,000 volts and some 4,000 volts. And there's a few others sprinkled in between, but those are primarily distribution voltages. And then those are the cables and the voltage that run along the public way that you see as you drive around the state, with the transformers that convert it to residential and commercial and business uses. Representative Doug Thomas has a question. Sorry, I didn't see her, but Wendy Thomas was first. So Representative Wendy Thomas, you go first.
Battle of the Thomases. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a question regarding the substations across the nation. There have been attacks on substations. Have you increased security on them, or has that incurred any additional cost? Thank you.
Yeah, so the answer is yes. We do have a few substations that have robust physical security, essentially walls around some of the infrastructure. But all our substation infrastructure is fenced in. We routinely have our workers out there performing inspections. And then, of course, we're concerned about copycat events. So we get that information in real time, and we do some due diligence to make sure, do we see anything suspicious or anything going on in the particular areas that is a concern? But it is something that we continue to talk about both in the industry and here at Eversource, is that if you look at a couple things that are occurring, we can probably no longer protect substation infrastructure with just simply a chain link fence. In the case in Washington, and the case in South Carolina, and then there's the case in Metcalfe, California, is customers or folks that want to do harm to the economy, can simply just use a rifle and shoot through the equipment. And one of those bulk transformers in general, if you've driven by one of our substations, it's probably a 24-month lead time to get that material in. So we all have spares on the property, maybe one or two. And as I mentioned earlier, you can't have a spare for all the different voltage classifications that we have. But it is a little problematic if there was some sabotage. So it's one of these things we're saying, hey, is there something different we should be doing in regards to physical security going forward?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. As you probably can aware, the elephant in the room here is the high price of electricity. But I'd like to ask a specific, and I'm sure you'll cover that later, but I would like to ask a question involving the transmission costs. For a long time, we've heard people say that, Eversource's transmission costs are way too high. I'd like to have you speak to that presumption and also what really is entailed in the cost of a transmission to the residential ratepayer.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Thomas, and I'm happy to answer that one. And obviously, Doug can add his thoughts. So, when you look at a customer's bill and the different charges they have to pay on a monthly basis, transmission accounts for about 7% of their bill. Transmission is regulated by the FERC through ISO New England, who you'll have in here on Thursday. And that charge on a percentage basis has increased quite a bit over the past decade or so. And one of the reasons for that, or one of the drivers, is the retirement of a significant amount of generation at the same time. And so investments in transmission allow for the efficient movement of power around the region to try to account for that loss of generation in specific areas. That, coupled with the age of the system and the need for investments to continue improvements in reliability. So while the increase in the overall percentage of costs on a customer's bill, increasing transmission charges has gone up and up considerably, it still accounts for a relatively small piece of a customer's bill. By comparison, the energy service rate, the default service rate, is around 67% of a customer's bill. As I'm sure folks are aware, Eversource is one of 3 transmission providers who operate in the state of New Hampshire, the other 2 being National Grid, and New Hampshire Transmission is a subsidiary of NextEra, which operates around Seabrook. So I hope that's helpful.
Continue. Oh, Mr. Summers, Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not a question. I was just going to see if they had a copy of their slide deck for me.
I thought I had put them up there, but if not, I apologize.
Oh, so it's just natural gas. Okay. Sorry, I got it. I had
You
the
got-
wrong
okay.
one. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We do have some extras up here as well. Right, and just to sort of round out this slide, as Doug had mentioned, through electric restructuring, the company is divested of its generation resources. You'll have New England Power Generators Association on Thursday, which can speak to their third-party ownership of generation. We just talked about transmission, and really the focus of our presentation today is on the distribution system and the operations.
Yeah, and I'll just, I'll just add one point. And it's depicted here in this graphic, but all electric utilities used to be vertically integrated, so we would propose to build generation to serve the load or the forecasted load of a particular region. So typically from the generating plant, higher voltage, larger wire, bigger infrastructure, all the way out to where the load is. And as generation plants have retired in the region, it puts more reliance on the transmission infrastructure in order to move that electricity around not only New Hampshire, but the entire region, because we are interconnected, which you'll learn more about on Thursday. So.
Representative Corman has a question.
Yeah, so since you brought up the load, there's loss in the transmission lines and in the distribution lines. How does that correspond to just the actual demand load?
Yeah, I don't know what our percent losses are. That's something, we could take back as an action, but certainly, all electrical equipment in the transmission distribution substation, there's associated losses with the way you magnetize the transformer itself. So I think we have information like that in the FERC Form 1. I just don't have it memorized, but we can circle back with you. Rep. Great. Moving on to the next slide. So, one of, I like to say, our major goal, if folks say, well, what do you do for a living? And what I like to share is that essentially my responsibility and our responsibility within the operation is to make sure that the lights don't go out. So we continually do inspections and maintenance and make sure the infrastructure not only is reliable but resilient for any particular storms. And when the lights do go out, I think there's two important pieces. One is we want to restore as quickly as possible. And as important, we want to get information to our customers as quickly as possible. And I'll talk about the communication piece in a minute. But over in the quadrant on the right-hand side, Eversource, there's a bunch of matrix that we track as an industry and also at Eversource. But in 2016, our customers in New Hampshire averaged about one outage every 9 months. And as of the close of business in December, our customers are experiencing an outage every 20 months. And then when the lights do go out, we measure that outage in minutes. And again, in 2016, we're about 132 minutes per outage. And now we're a little bit over an hour at 63 minutes. So what do we do to get that type of performance? I think it's just doing some fundamental inspection and repairs of the distribution and transmission assets. But in this case, we'll talk about distribution. So the wooden poles, the wire, very important to replace the poles with as they decay over time. Also, increase the type of wire, the way we construct our poles. Traditionally, we have like an open wire type construction. We use a more compact type construction that makes it robust during windstorms and the ability to repel any limbs that come down from above. And I have a slide on vegetation in a minute. But I think the customer experience fewer outages as a result of all of these types of investments. And when we do communicate to the customers, we give everybody an ETR that comes from our dispatch center. So when a call comes in, the dispatcher can see it in real time using some of these smart switches. They're able to send that information out to the cab of the truck, right to our first responders. And then they arrive on the job site and they establish what repairs are going to be needed and send that information back to the dispatch center. And then we share that on our website to our particular customers, letting them know when the lights are going to be back on. You know, vegetation is the number one cause. Trees is the number one cause of outages here in New Hampshire. As I think you all know, New Hampshire is the second most forested covered state in the country. So there are quite a few trees. We're on a 5-year cycle. So we go out and all our distribution infrastructure, we inspect and travel it down every 5 years and do a major trim. And our goal is to look up and eliminate some of that canopy. So when we do get these windy days, there's a higher probability that we won't see any limbs come down. And then on an annual basis, we do remove about 15,000 hazardous trees. So these are trees that are either diseased or at the end of life that could fall down in a windstorm and then take down our infrastructure. You know, and one thing that's interesting to point out is that we have miles and miles of circuit, and a circuit itself could go for tens of miles. And, you know, we want to trim the entire circuit, but we could, if we get refusals from a particular customer to do some trimming around their particular home or a business, you know, that one limb could impact all those customers on that particular circuit. So, you know, I think my point to this particular side is vegetation management is as important of all the electrical infrastructure that we maintain, invest in on the distribution and transmission system.
Representative Corman has a quick question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question's on the previous slide, where it said that 47% of customer outages are restored in under 5 minutes from the control room.
Yep.
And I'm curious what's done for that? Is this just rerouting power through some redundant circuit?
Yeah, no, thank you. It's actually a great question and a great story. So back in 2016, if you think about the distribution infrastructure, and that's the infrastructure you see as you drive to and from work and drive from your home, we had back in 2016 about 80 what I'll call smart switches. So these are devices out on the pole tops that give information back to the dispatch center in regards to voltage, current, and then any fault that may occur, like a struck pole or a tree limb coming down. Over the years, we've added up to just recently, we're at a little over 1,800 smart switches that are in the air. So utilizing the control center at Manchester, our dispatchers have real-time information in regards to power flow and what's happening with the system. So they have the ability to reroute power in the event of a fault, like a tree limb coming down. And as a result of them rerouting the power and using the investments that we've made, just using technology, we're able to restore almost 50% of our outages within 5 minutes. Then what we do is we pinpoint with that information, we can pinpoint exactly between two devices where we believe the fault is, and then dispatch our line workers out there to make the repairs.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. Given that you have the smart switches and the smart switches are communicating this information, why do humans even need to be in that loop?
I'm sorry?
Why do humans even need to be in that loop?
So, so I think humans at the end of the day, are you talking about the repairs or dispatch information?
So I'm talking about the actual repairs, right? Because the smart switches have the information, they report that there's a fault.
Yep.
And there's a human making a decision as to how to handle that fault. That seems like something that could be done automatically and much faster without even getting a human involved.
Yep, no, great question. So our design philosophy is to put a switch in between every 500 customers. So when we isolate a fault that's between two devices or two smart switches, on average, it's going to impact 500 customers. But the smart switches have the ability to do what referred to as self-healing. So they know what the power flow looks like. Very quickly, they can sense Where the fault is, they can open off and close in and reroute the power without our dispatchers doing anything. And our dispatchers can view it real time on the computer screen. But then they'll need to dispatch a line worker out to make the repairs, to make the physical repairs.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. On your vegetation page, you have on your last bullet item, an individual refusal can cause an outage. What is a refusal?
So we work closely with the tree wardens and the municipalities, and, you know, some customers just love their trees. And it may not be a tree that is in the public right of way. It could be a tree that's on private property that could pose a threat to not only to their flow of power, but all the customers on that particular circuit. And it's really just illustrating a point that, you know, the support of the communities and the tree wardens are very important to ensure that we have a reliable distribution system. You know, as I pointed out in the first bullet, tree-related outages are the #1 cause. For all the good work we're doing, it's the #1 cause to our outages. We average about 100 line tree crews. You know, in order to do our 5-year cycle, it's about 100 tree crews every day out doing the needed tree trimming just to keep up with vegetation. Thank you, Rep.
And actually, just to add to that, it was a point I was going to make, as I think members of the committee who have been here in the past know that tree trimming, customer notice can often be a passionate and hot topic. So we follow the PUC rules on notifications and what trees we're allowed to trim. But, you know, as Doug said, folks love their trees. And so as you get constituent concerns and questions, you know, please feel free to direct them to us. We're happy to try to provide a response as best we can to any issues that may arise. And I should have said this earlier in the presentation, but you know, Doug and I are presenting Eversource information and figures, but a lot of these programs are true across all of the utilities, investments in smart switches and the grid, vegetation management. So we're providing our story, but it's, again, I'm sure you don't want to hear every utility come up here and say the same thing over again. So we're a bit representative on this, as they will be on other programs as well.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These smart switches, I understand that they alert you for any kind of an outage. Are they also used in planning distribution?
Are they used in distribution planning in regards to?
How much goes where?
Yeah, so we do use them for power flow in the distribution system. So one of the concerns is if we see an increased use in a particular area of the circuit, depending on the physical wire size, if there's too much current or too much load in that particular area, you could burn down some wires. So typically in high heat type events, like in the summer, we might see a load increase on a circuit, and we have the ability, using the switches, to reroute power in order to make sure we don't burn down the physical wire that's in the field.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The smart switches, are you acquiring them as a result of PUC rules, or is it an economic decision you're making to acquire those smart switches?
So I'm not aware of any. You want to answer that first?
Yeah, I can take a crack at that. So traditionally, the operation of the system and decisions around reliability are something that the company makes, the utility makes. The Public Utilities Commission then, through rate cases, will review the prudency of those investments. So are we, you know, quote unquote, gold plating the system? What is the benefit that our customers are receiving from those investments? Is it worth that investment? So, you know, we operate the system. We try our best to make obviously prudent investments that then are subject to review by the Public Utilities Commission. And if they were to determine either our reliability is not equal to their standards, what it should be, then obviously we would have a discussion with them. Or the inverse being, hey, your reliability is really good, but maybe, it's not worth the price that you're putting in. So there's a balance there.
Thank you.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a quick question on power generation, and that's with the Eversource of, with Christmas Eve being the way it was and with Mystic not generating any power, does Eversource have the capability to be able to increase generation in those period of times, or is it held to the ISO to decide how much they provide?
So it really is an ISO decision in terms of managing the transmission and generation system. So during the event that happened on Christmas Eve, we were communicated in close communication with ISO, and had that situation continued to increase, they would have directed us to take certain steps to reduce load to make sure that the system remained viable. But we don't have the ability to bring on additional generation since we don't own any generation anymore. Our role at that point would be to reduce load through what's called managed outages.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in today. Just a quick question on the vegetation management. Do you have a program where you're replacing trees that you're removing?
So I might turn to. Okay. So we try to work with the customer. If we're removing a tree entirely, our arborists have a program called Right Tree, Right Place to direct them to species that won't grow up into the line. So think of like an ornamental crabapple versus a white pine. The company doesn't, unless we violate the rules and have to sort of make it right, we don't pay for replacement trees, but we do try to work with the customer and direct them to, the Audubon Society and others who might have free trees that they're offering.
Follow up?
Thank you. I guess that was one part of my question. The other part was, do you have a program, maybe it's a little bit broader, where you're not planting trees on at the property that you removed a tree, but maybe if you take 5,000 trees out a year, you're planting 5,000 trees in the forest somewhere?
Yeah. So to the best of my knowledge, we do not have a program in place like that. However, the company does have an internal goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. And I know that there are conversations going on internally about a program like that. We obviously take down a lot of trees or trim a lot of trees, I should say, as part of our reliability efforts, and whether there are opportunities to offset that with either protecting resources or planting new resources, I know is something that our sustainability group is discussing.
Thank you.
Representative Berezny has a question.
I guess it's more of a comment, but or it could be a question. What percentage of the work that they do with tree trimming is actually cutting a tree versus tree trimming? I'm assuming it's mostly tree trimming and very little cutting of actual trees.
Yeah, I would say majority of it on a percentage basis is tree trimming itself. As I stated earlier on that slide, I believe it was 12 to 15,000 what we call hazardous trees that were identified on an annual basis that we remove the entire tree. And then we work with, as Mike had indicated, the different communities and the tree wardens. So we will replace some vegetation, and then there's good vegetation that typically doesn't grow up. It grows, in and around that, serves as some blockage. So we work with the tree wardens to identify those opportunities.
Representative Murner has a question.
Yeah, I just want a quick comment. One of my places up in the Milan area, the last couple of years, we were constantly for the last 7-8 years losing power all the time. And the work that was done there with the tree trimming, with the 110 and all the back roads, A, B, you had a tremendous amount of work done up there the last couple of years, and it's made a huge, huge difference. And the other thing, Friday night, I'm sitting at home and somebody hit a pole down in the other part of the county I was in, and they called me and said, we're going to shut your power off in an hour. Fix it, you'll be out for so long and then back on. I've never had that call ahead of time, an hour before they were going to shut it off. And I just want to say that this program has gotten better and better each year. Because when I up in the Milan area, we were out at least once a week. A little windstorm when we were out. So it's doing a really good job. I just want to make a quick comment on it.
No, I appreciate that, Representative. And the numbers indicate, and you know, we share it with the PUC and the DOE, but you know, the investments that we're making are paying dividends. It's keeping the lights on when they go out. We do have the ability to get them back on quicker. And in a slide that we have coming up, we've been doing a lot of work in customer notification space. So some customers like to have phone calls or go to the website or social media or even be text. So, well, you know, I might as well touch on it right now, is that each one of the line workers, the field workers in New Hampshire, you know, have an iPad, so the dispatcher can send that information out to them. And it eliminates a phone call, but the line worker will go out to that location, identify the problem. But prior to making work, they'll call back into the dispatch and they'll establish an ETR. And if the customer chooses to get that information, we push that and say, hey, we'll have your lights back on within 2 hours. And oh, by the way, you know, it was a pole strike. And then once the line crew calls back in, talks to the dispatcher, we close out that ticket, and then we push another notice out to you and say, hey, your lights should be back on. If it's not, give us a call. So I appreciate your comments. We've been working real hard. As I said earlier, you know, getting the lights back on, communicating with the customers is probably equal as important. And we're getting similar comments like that all the time. So thank you.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thrilled to hear that Eversource as a company has an internal goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. 7 years away. That's terrific. I assume that you're referring to your operations. And I'm wondering if those are the values underlying Eversource's operations corporate philosophy. Does any of that philosophy extend to the carbon content of the power that you procure for all of your customers from the generation fleet?
Yeah, I can take a shot at that. So that is correct. It's an internal operational goal. So, you know, think about our fleet of trucks, how we power our own buildings and facilities. In terms of the power that is provided to our customers who elect to take default service from us, you know, that is actually a very prescriptive structure that is contained within state statute as well as PUC rules. So truly, we, as you heard last week from the Department of Energy and the Consumer Advocate, every 6 months we go out and we procure power on behalf of customers who wish to take default service. We get those bids back from the market, whatever the price is or the lowest cost makeup of that generation, it is passed through to our customers. Now, there is public policy that is layered on top of that, whether it's the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which you heard about from the Department of Environmental Services this morning, or the Renewable Portfolio Standard. So those are public policy decisions that we comply with, but we don't have the authority in statute today to sort of go outside of that because it would be potentially deemed an imprudent additional cost. And we have several more slides to get through, and we know we have several more utilities to get through. So we'll try to pick up our pace to make sure we're staying on time.
Thank you.
All right, I'll move this along, but we do have a full-time staff that is focusing on emergency response. And emergency response is just not storms, but it's physical assets, as we discussed earlier, cyber, business continuity, etc. We utilize, we file our plan with the DOE on an annual basis. We just made some some updates last week, and we did file that to New Hampshire DOE. We use a similar framework across the companies. We follow the National Incident Management System, or NINS. It's the Incident Command Infrastructure that's used. It's something that was developed following the first World Trade Center bombings back in the 90s. And it allows organizations, both internally with municipalities and state officials, to communicate with like people, operations, logistics, planning, et cetera. And then the framework that we use here in Eversource, it gives us the ability to kind of expand our response to an event. In the case of a storm, very easily we can bring resources up from Mass and Connecticut or from mutual aid and kind of bolt it on to our response plan, because we have a consistent way we respond to system emergencies. Our restoration philosophy is very simple. It essentially has 4 steps to it. We deal with first any life-threatening public safety type hazards like block roads, wires down, poles down, trees down, the ability to get first responders in those communities to emergencies. That's our #1 priority. Then we need to reestablish the backbone, make sure the transmission, any damage to transmission infrastructure and or the substation are up and running and functional. We might not have all our contingencies in place, but establishing that backbone is step #2. Then we focus on critical facilities, sewer treatment, water, schools, hospital, fire and police departments that need power, warming stations, et cetera, those critical infrastructure. And then we focus in on the blocks of customers. So the largest number of customers on a particular outage typically gets our attention and our resources first. So in that stage, in stage #4, and in all of the stages, we're actively restoring, hitting critical infrastructure. We're also restoring primary wires down, but we also have a group of employees and contractors that are focused squarely on services. So a tree limb takes down from pole to house. We don't wait to the end of the storm. We try to do those in parallel. We think it shaves about a day off our restoration curve. As I said earlier, communicating to our stakeholders, our external stakeholders, about our ETRs, what's our restoration plan for a given storm, and the way our customers want to be communicated to. So there's essentially many, many different avenues, but we communicate prior to an event based on the forecast and what we think the threat level is, and we have some models that we use to help us predict the number of resources and the durations a storm might have on our system. We communicate during the storm, all that critical information, and then certainly a feedback loop at the end of the storm. But our customers can call in. They can call into police and fire. They can go to our website. They could opt in either through emails, or they could get text messages to and from their mobile devices.
And just to add 2 quick notes here, in addition to the customer communications that Doug just talked about, the company has really done a lot to improve communications with our municipalities so that there is constant feedback and updates as to what we're doing, what our preparedness is, and then getting their feedback, as Doug said, on locations of warming stations, the length and duration of the outage. And in addition to that, I'm sure many of you were inundated by regular communications from me during the last 2 storms to your legislative accounts. It's important for us, knowing that you guys are public figures and your constituents will be asking you questions, to make sure you know what we're doing, how we are responding, and also what our anticipated times of restoration are. So it's really a very robust program that we've put a lot of time, effort, and resources into improving over the past several years.
In closing, I would say that, our focus here at Eversource, certainly my focus, is deliver top tier service to our customers. So it's making sure the lights are on, and then communicating when they do go out. And we work on that every single day. We have an operations meeting where our team and engineering get together every morning to look at how the system's operating and look at any potential issues that forward-looking over the next 24 hours. We continue to make what I would consider some really good investments using newer technologies. Not only has it got the lights back on, but it's also prevented a truck roll. So if we can prevent the truck roll, it lends itself to the greenhouse gas component because we don't have the diesel truck riding on out there. And then we can also make sure that the work that we have planned for the next day gets accomplished because we didn't have to bring resources in the middle of the night to make that repair. I'll leave you kind of with one note. Out of all the good things that we're doing in the community and our presence in the community, one thing that we're proud of, and it's about a 6-year partnership with Manchester Community College, but we've identified a need to develop the next workforce of the future. And of course, we have a lot of co-op programs with UNH and other institutions, and you get your traditional engineers and accountants and those folks that make the business go on. But we early on developed the need to homegrown here in New Hampshire, the craft workers, the line workers that are going to live and work here at Eversource and in New Hampshire. About 6 years ago, we started an apprentice program with Manchester Community College. We hire about 30 new line workers on an annual basis. That's my plan this year. And starting in January, a second program we have with Manchester Community College that just got accredited. It's in our substation organization, so it's a full associate degree. We bolted on a couple of electives, and when they graduate from that program, it's one of the programs that they can consider Eversource, and we consider them to work in our substation group.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eversource obviously is an electric company. What percentage of your truck fleet is electric?
So we, I don't know the percentage, but I can tell you some of the things that we're doing. So we are electric, gas, and water across the 3 states. Here in New Hampshire, we are 100% electric. So it all depends on the use of the vehicle. So meter reading, for example, they typically work in 8-hour shifts. So it could be compressed natural gas or some electric vehicles, because that lends themselves to kind of a one shift operation. You can plug it in off hours and then you can utilize it the next day. But we have what I consider hybrids. So a lot of the line trucks, or all the new line trucks, as we attrit the fleet, they are diesel, but they all have a battery pack. So when a crew arrives, they drive out to the job using the diesel engine. But when they arrive on the job, majority of the work, if not 100% of the work they perform that day, is off of the battery. So the diesel shuts off, the line worker can ascend and descend and do all the work associated up in the pole, and then drive home on diesel at the end of the day. And that gives us the ability to fully utilize that asset both on blue sky and during long storm events.
Follow up?
Yes, please. Do you have a percentage of those hybrids?
We can get you that.
Yeah, we can get that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's been a really good overview, and I guess we have a few more questions. I know I have one, but I'll recognize Representative Doug Thomas first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Last year, Eversource gave a briefing on the ISO New England notice of future potentials for rolling blackouts. And my question is, since then, has anything changed from Eversource's preparation on the briefing that they gave us? And have all of the communities in New Hampshire in your service area been contacted to see what steps that they may want to plan for should something happen like that?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Representative. So to answer the first one, given the continued and I would say increasing warnings from ISO New England going into this winter, we have been preparing and doing exercises both internally and in coordination with the ISO and regional partners, so that we understand the flow of communication, what would need to be done in the event of a call for reduced, or I should say, controlled outages. So we have been continuing to refine our process, plan, and work with regional stakeholders, including the ISO. In terms of communication to our municipalities, I think it was maybe 1 or 2 months ago, we hosted a webinar where we invited all of our municipalities to attend, explaining the situation and what might happen in the hopefully unlikely event of a call for reduced load. So we have that's the second straight year we've done that briefing for municipalities, and we will continue to do so and work with them to answer their questions as long as this remains a concern.
Follow up.
Thank you again. I know last year, I think I was perhaps one of the first ones to present that presentation with the assistance of Eversource in front of my town council, and I got raked across the coals on why we allowed this to happen. Have you perhaps put out some more education on why we are in this situation to the municipalities and to the people so they fully understand just how we got there?
Yes. The short answer to that question is yes. We do try very, very hard to educate our customers on the cost drivers that have led to the increase in their electric bills that hit back in August, which are, largely regional in nature and tied to, global economics. As you heard last week from the Department of Energy and I think the Consumer Advocate as well, it is a challenge to sort of cut through the noise and have folks understand that. At the end of the day, it's our name on the bill they get. And so to try to explain, as I did earlier, that this is a pass-through, this is, regional natural gas prices that are affected by global commodity prices, it's difficult to make that case, but we do try very hard using all of our communication channels to do so.
Follow up.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I must have miscommunicated. My question was about the ISO New England's notice about potentials due to lack of capacity in the future. That's what I was referring to in terms of explaining to people of why we're in that position.
Understood. Most of our communications on that topic have been focused at the municipal leader level as opposed to at the customer level. There is a lot of opportunity for confusion. We don't want to unnecessarily concern folks. The ISO has done a good job of putting out press releases, and there has been a number of news stories on, their winter outlook. So we do work in coordination with them on that. But it's a balance for sure about the level of detail that you go out with those communications.
So the public, the general public, is hungry for knowledge to help them understand why their electricity bill has gone through the roof over the course of the last 8 months. Is there anything that you can say in a relatively straightforward, not too complicated manner about what Eversource might do to prevent another huge spike in electricity prices? Now, I know there's a procurement docket before the PUC. Can Eversource say anything about the possibilities for procurement that could prevent the kind of rate shocks we got this past August?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Representative. Ultimately, what is driving the rates so significantly higher so quickly is essentially there is not enough reliable supply in the region to meet the demand during the winter time. The vast majority of power generation, I shouldn't say the vast majority, but the majority of power generation in New England comes from natural gas. And so natural gas fired power plants. And so in the wintertime, when that natural gas is directed towards heating people's homes and businesses, as the committee knows, we have to rely on other fuels to make up that difference, which tend to be less efficient and more expensive, but absolutely critical at this stage for the continued operation of the system. So if folks will recall, back around New Year's Eve, we were running for multiple days of over 40% on oil. So there really are supply and demand issues there. And so we want to be a constructive voice as this committee and the Senate committee and the legislature and the governor consider options going forward to bring additional supply, diversify our supply, while also providing incentives for our customers to reduce their usage through energy efficiency. So unfortunately, there aren't a lot of short-term answers. In the short term, we are working very hard to communicate with our customers about programs that the legislature has passed, the federal government has passed, to help them pay for their utility bills or defer the cost of their utility bills. But ultimately, we are certainly supportive of policies that bring additional supply on and help to, manage the demand so that we can, successfully navigate this, regional transition away from baseload fossil power plants to more intermittent renewables.
So the short answer is you don't see any short-term procurement changes that could ameliorate the violent ups and downs of energy costs?
There are things that can be done in the, I'll say, short to midterm around procurement. And one that gets often talked about is a concept known as laddering. So as I mentioned previously, every 6 months we put out our full customer load. There is maximum market exposure at very specific points in time, and even a few weeks one way or the other could make a difference in the price that we get back from the market and ultimately charge our customers. So one of the things that other states have done is to break up that load, break up those procurements, say a third, a third, a third. So if at any one point in time there is market shock going on for whatever reason, you're sort of only have a third of your load that's exposed to that. And so it ends up being a blended rate. That helps with price stability, but ultimately does not help with reducing the cost of electricity because you're still procuring from the same market that is very volatile. So that is a concept that I know that is under consideration at the Public Utilities Commission as part of their investigation docket. But something that could be done in the short term to try to stabilize prices and smooth out those price shocks. There is legislation in the Senate that was heard this morning to allow for power purchase agreements. I think that would take time to get that running, up and running, but that could be long-term contracts could provide a form of financial hedge against market volatility. If you're locking up a rate for a longer term of time, that's a portion of your supply that you might not have to go out for procurement. So it can provide a hedge. Other utilities in New England, as well as in New Hampshire, the electric co-op is here, have policies that allow them to do that. As it stands today, the utilities don't have those tools at their disposal as we're regulated by the commission.
Okay, I'm sure committee members have additional questions, but I'm going to ask them to hold those questions and maybe ask them of the other utilities so that everybody gets a fair shot here to represent themselves. So thank you to Eversource. We appreciate that. And since you guys have been kind of coordinating this joint utilities presentation, I'll let you tell us who's next.
Unitil will be joining us, briefing you next, and I'll let them come up and introduce themselves.
Great, thank you very much.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Kat Burke. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Unitil. With me today, I have Cindy Carroll. She's our Vice President of Customer Energy Solutions. As Mike mentioned earlier, this is a joint presentation, but we did divide up a lot of the sections that have significant overlap for the utilities. So I'll be giving you a brief overview of Unitil as a company today, and then I'll be passing it over to Cindy, who will be discussing New Hampshire's energy efficiency programs. I just want to confirm you all have a copy of the presentation in front of you, correct? Okay, great. So Unitil is a regulated electric and natural gas distribution company. We were founded as the company that you all know today in 1984, and our slogan or motto is to provide energy for life, safely and reliably delivering natural gas and electricity in New England. Some of you may know that Unitil also serves in Maine and Massachusetts. We serve strictly natural gas in Maine and a small footprint of both electric and natural gas in Massachusetts, but we are primarily a New Hampshire company with our headquarters in Hampton. Here in New Hampshire, we have about 390 employees. On our electric side, we have about 78,100 New Hampshire electric customers, and those customers are based in 34 communities in the Capital or Concord region, as well as the Seacoast region, with our centralized electric dispatch center in Exeter, New Hampshire. On the natural gas side, we have about 36,400 natural gas customers, and those customers are located in 22 communities over in the Seacoast region only, and our centralized gas dispatch center is in Portsmouth. In the map that you see in front of you and displayed up on the screen, the yellow communities are the electric communities, so you can see the Concord region. The pink or red communities are the gas communities, and then the overlaid stripe communities are communities in which we serve both natural gas and electric. Now I'll pass it over to Cindy for some EE conversation.
All right, thank you, Kat. Good afternoon, everyone. As Kat said, I'm Cindy Carroll, and I'm responsible for the planning and implementation of energy efficiency programs at Unitil. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I've been asked to give a brief overview of the energy efficiency programs that are administered by the utilities here in New Hampshire. And I thought I'd start with just a quick refresher about what energy efficiency is. So that's what this first slide is. You may have heard energy efficiency described as a least cost resource or a first fuel, the first fuel we should use. And those are really accurate ways to describe energy efficiency. But put it really simply, energy efficiency is using less energy to accomplish the same thing. So we all use energy every day. We heat our homes, we cook our food, we clean our clothes, and we use it to light our ways. Very simply, energy efficiency is doing all of those things in a way that uses less energy. A more efficient furnace, more insulation in the walls, an Energy Star appliance, or an LED light bulb. These are all efficiency measures that will let us do the things we want to do, but use less energy while we do them. But there is a cost to achieving those efficiencies. So energy efficiency requires an investment, but it is the least cost resource. So for example, in 2021, the average cost of saving a kilowatt hour of electricity with the Unitil programs or the utility programs, the average cost was 4.6 cents per kilowatt hour. That's well below the cost of generating and delivering that kilowatt hour to any home or business in the state. The same is true for the natural gas programs. The average cost of saving a therm of natural gas in 2021 through the programs was just 39 cents per therm of natural gas. So the point here is that there is a cost to energy efficiency and gaining efficiencies, but it's a good investment. It's a good investment for the people who actually install the measures and save energy directly through a reduction in their energy usage and ultimately their energy bills. But it's also a good investment because indirectly it benefits all customers. When we reduce demand for energy, we put downward pressure on energy prices, and in the long run, we may be able to avoid having to invest in expanding energy infrastructure to meet increasing demands. So about the programs. Since 2002, the New Hampshire utilities have partnered together to design and deliver statewide energy efficiency programs to New Hampshire customers. From 2002 through 2021, these programs have saved billions of kWh, of kilowatt hours, of electricity and millions of therms of natural gas. They have saved New Hampshire customers an estimated $3.9 billion over the period. And the programs are designed to serve all customers across the state. So all residential customers and all business customers, big and small. We've branded the programs as New Hampshire Saves programs. The brand helps customers find the program services they need quickly by having a statewide single point of entry into the programs for customers. Now, some customers know that they need to call the utility or can call the utility to get information about the programs and energy efficiency in general, and they do that. Unitil customers call us directly all the time and ask questions about the programs. And that's great. That is a pathway into the programs. But for those customers who don't have that understanding, a common way for us to market the programs, market energy efficiency to customers, and a single point of entry for those customers really helps get more customers into the programs by having this statewide brand, New Hampshire Saves. And behind that stand all of the utilities in partnership. So I mentioned we have programs for all customers, and I'd like to give a little more deep dive into what those are. So starting with the residential programs, we have programs that offer home energy assessments. Oh, I'm on the wrong slide. So sorry. There we go. That provide home energy assessments that uncover opportunities for saving energy in customers' homes. We have appliance and weatherization programs that promote efficient boilers and furnaces and heat pumps, and we offer no-cost on-bill financing to help cover the cost of the customer's portion of the job, if that kind of help is required of that particular customer. We also partner with local CAP agencies. These are community action agencies, and we provide services in partnership with the CAPs to our income-eligible customers. Now, these services that we provide to this group of customers are turnkey, and what we mean by that is once they enter into the program, we take care of all of the rest. They don't have to really do very much at all. And the services are comprehensive to ensure that we get the biggest positive impact that we can for these very, pretty vulnerable customers in this certain sector. And those services include health and safety measures like improved ventilation and moisture control, because we know that those kinds of things can be really dangerous in homes. I also mentioned that we have programs for our business customers, both big and small. In addition, we have programs tailored for cities and towns, both big and small. So one of the most important things for many small businesses and small municipal customers as well is the assistance that we provide identifying and completing efficiency projects. As many of you might know, running a small business can be really time intensive. It can take a lot of time for small business owners just to run their own business. And they don't have the time or the expertise to evaluate energy savings or to find the right contractors or vendors to complete the work. The same can be said for small towns who lack those resources to do those things as well. So we make it easy. We make it easy by providing, again, turnkey services to small business and to municipal customers that will provide assistance from assessment all the way to the installation of the measures. And we're using fully vetted and approved contractors and vendors to ensure that the savings are real and that the work is done in the highest quality or to the highest quality standards for these customers. And finally, we have programs for large business and industrial customers. So No doubt, these customers have more resources to vet energy efficiency projects than smaller customers. But they also have many competing interests. There's always a competition for capital among these large businesses. And what we do is we help local on-site management sell energy efficiency projects to their often off-site executives so that they can improve their facilities here in New Hampshire, helping them make the case that energy efficiency projects at their facilities will be worth the investment and will improve the bottom line of those operations. We find that when a business invests in energy efficiency and saves on energy costs, more often than not, those dollars saved are reinvested in that facility. Reinvested by expanding the business there, maybe adding a production line or two, or even adding additional employees. It can certainly make the business more viable in the markets they compete in. That's what I have. It's a very high-level, quick overview, and I'm very happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. We appreciate that presentation. I have a couple of questions myself, actually.
Sure.
You stated at one point that energy efficiency investments put a downward pressure on prices. Can you give us an indication of how that happens and how much downward pressure these measures put on prices?
So other than just, common economic theory that says when supply and demand, when you reduce demand for a product or increase supply for that matter, you will have an effect on price, usually a downward pressure on price. So that's just common economic theory. But there's also a study that's done in New England every 3 years. It's called the Avoided Cost Study. I don't know, some of you may have heard of it. But that study specifically studies something called DRIPE. And our industry, as you probably know, loves acronyms. We use them all the time everywhere. But DRIPE is the demand-induced reduction price effect. I think I've got that right. Maybe not. I'd have to write it down to get it exactly right. But DRIPE is a function of what you're exactly talking about. We study how the demand in energy, the demand for energy, affects price and what that effect is. I don't have the number quantified at the top of my head, but every 3 years, the New England utilities who operate energy efficiency programs study that effect and put a value to it.
So we could get a presentation on this DRIPE factor at some point from the utilities?
I'm sure we could give you that presentation and also probably arrange to have the consultant who actually conducts that study, who could probably articulate how they do the study much better than we could, come and present to you if that's possible. Sure.
That's great. One other quick question for you. How much money do the utilities make on these New Hampshire Saves programs and program incentives?
So there is a performance incentive that the utilities have the opportunity to earn. There's a threshold level of achievement that we have to achieve before we start earning the incentive. The incentive is a percentage of the program spending. So how much it is depends upon how much we spend on the programs in any given period. It's typically a 12-month period. And my rough recollection is it's around 4% of the program spending overall, but to get exact numbers for you, I would need to go back and look that up and get that number for you.
Okay, great. Other questions from the committee? Well, I see just about everybody has their hands up on that side. We'll go this way. Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Mine goes to, we know we heard about, as I mentioned before earlier, about Christmas Eve and almost the rolling blackouts that we are at risk of due to lack of power generation. I'm wondering, and because it was due to weather and weather alone, has there been a study? I know there's been a push for dealerships in New Hampshire to carry more or to offer more electric vehicles? Has there been a study for the demand on the power grid to be able to charge this increased amount of electrical vehicles?
So we have a regular planning cycle for distribution planning, for our infrastructure planning. So it wouldn't involve generation capacity. So we would only be planning for the demand electric vehicles or other distributed energy resources might put on our system. But we have incorporated DER, or distributed energy resources, of which electric vehicles may be one, into our regular distribution planning modeling. So we're projecting an adoption rate for electric vehicles and then planning how much of that would happen on our system. And then, you know, some of this is locational, right? So it depends upon where it happens first, but that very complex distribution system planning does include accounting for electric vehicle adoption.
Representative Kaplan is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I want to go back to the costs and benefits of the New Hampshire Saves Program, and we've had calculations of a 4-to-1 benefit based on the investment to economic benefits overall in the state. But I'm going to talk a little bit about or ask you a little bit about the social benefits as measured in demand for these programs, and what proportion of these projects per year would you say are met through your budget, and what proportion of the projects fail to be accomplished because there's not enough money in the pot, so to speak?
It is a little bit program specific. So for some programs, we have enough money in the budget in any 12-month period to meet all of the demand for that program. But then there are also other programs where demand for program services exceeds the budget in any given year. So, you know, one of the important things about the programs is continuity. So people will make commitments to projects late in one year, hoping that there will be projects or programs available the following year for them to participate in. So that's why program continuity is important, so that people have confidence that there will be a program next year. They'll invest the time and effort they need to get a project together, and hopefully that'll get funded in the following year. But the short answer to your question is, it is a little bit program specific, but there certainly are programs where, and year to year specific as well. Sometimes there's more demand in one year than another, but there are times when there's more demand for program services than we can satisfy in any one period.
Representative Berezny is next.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Building on Representative Summers' question about electric vehicles, the utility, how much can the utility do in terms of capacity and supply to deal with it? Or what do you do to compensate for what you know is going to happen as a utility as opposed to capacity?
If I understand the question, you're asking how, so we do this modeling and we project load profiles, and then what do we do in response?
Yeah.
That's, I am not an engineer, but
Okay.
the engineers are very good at knowing what they need to do in different parts of the system. So again, it's very locational. It's not ubiquitous. Some parts of the system are very robust, have a lot of capacity, and can take on a lot of extra load. Other parts of the system, not so much. So it's really a system-wide planning effort, and the remedies that you're talking about to be able to take on that additional capacity that we're projecting are also very locational in nature. So a remedy in one spot might be a very different remedy in another.
Let's hold the questions to one per person, because we have another utility that wants to present, and we're going to have abundant opportunities to talk about energy efficiency in the next couple of months. Representative Munns is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming in. I have a question that I was going to ask the folks from Eversource and you as well. What percentage of your customers have smart meters installed?
We have an AMI system deployed across our entire system. So it's a system that we installed in 2015. And it's power line carrier, so the signal is actually carried back to hubs through the power lines and then communicated from there. But all of our customers in New Hampshire, on the electric customers, have AMI meters.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we're going to hold it to one question per person so everybody can have a chance here.
Could I ask Eversource to just answer that question too?
Yeah, offline.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Corman had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm imagining a scenario where one of my constituents says, I want to make my home more energy efficient. I want to weatherize it. I want to put in a heat pump, something like that. Does New Hampshire Saves direct them to somebody who can actually do the work? I mean, are there qualified contractors through the program?
Yes. There's a couple of pathways in the program. So if you already have a relationship with a contractor, you already know somebody you trust and want to do business with, they can participate in the programs, assuming that they meet a certain level of qualifications. But we have turnkey services as well. So if you call us and you say, just interested in having my home assessed to see if there are any energy, savings opportunities, we will send out qualified contractor to do that assessment. You'll get a report that says what all of your opportunities are and how much they might cost and what the incentives might be from the utility to actually take those steps. And then if you want, we can actually assign a contractor to that project as well. So we have on board qualified, vetted contractors who are subject to quality control measures and the same qualifications that your own contractor would be required to meet.
Thank you.
Representative Lewicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Can you give us some typical payback times for energy efficient appliances or whatever? I know, for instance, a refrigerator is running full time, so that, there should be some projection of how long it would take to pay off a more efficient refrigerator. And obviously we hear about LED bulbs, and it really depends on usage, which is variable.
I don't have those specific payback periods. I would just offer that varies very much depending upon the type of equipment. You mentioned a refrigerator. There's a whole host of refrigerators that meet the Energy Star standard and would qualify, but each one of those probably has a little bit of a different usage profile depending upon how many bells and whistles you want to have on your refrigerator. Do you have an ice maker or do you not? Those kinds of things. And then also, how do you use it? Do you have a big family where, kids are opening the doors and it's open all the time? Or is it just you and the wife and you don't open it that much? So it really does vary. I'm sure there are averages, but I don't have those numbers with me.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you referred earlier to the DRIPE study, I'm going to try that acronym again, Demand Reduction Induced Price Effect.
Thank you. That's right.
Presumably the economists that the utilities collectively hire to conduct the DRIPE study every 3 years are very smart and they specialize in the utility space. If they have concluded that the average cost of saving a kilowatt hour is 4.6 cents, even if they were wrong by 50% and the number was more like 7 cents, isn't that still substantially less than the price that we're all paying now for a kilowatt hour of supply?
Yes, it's fair to say.
Thanks.
Okay, let's move on. We have another utility that would like to present. Ms. Bork?
I just want to briefly hit on my contact information at the end of the presentation. I know that there's a lot of familiar faces here, but some new faces as well. Poor Representative Munns has been getting inundated with emails from me, but many of you will know that, during storms, like Mr. Licata stated, I'll be sending those of you who represent Unitil service territories frequent emails. You can reach out to me about emergency events, about pieces of legislation, constituent concerns, anything like that. But we just want to make sure that, you know that we're here, and I think I speak for all of the utilities. We're all here as a resource for all of you. And whenever something comes up, reach out.
Thank you very much. And next up, I believe, is Liberty Utilities. Good afternoon. Please turn on the microphone, please. Thank
Is
you.
that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks again, Chairman Vos and the committee for hosting this event. I'm going to try not to repeat everything that my colleagues have said, but I would like to commend both Unitel and Eversource for their presentations. The energy efficiency presentation, we are a partner in that process, so there is really nothing more for me to add. And I would like to just reflect that my friend and colleague, Mr. Foley, did a very nice job in terms of describing the electrical system. The system in Liberty is very, very similar, just a little bit smaller, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. My intention this afternoon is just to introduce Liberty to the committee, but also introduce myself. As you've probably gathered, my accent is a little bit south of Manchester, about 30 miles south of Manchester in the UK. I joined the gas company in 1979 as an apprentice on the back of a gas truck. At that point, the gas business was government owned, as was the electric business, and both the gas business and the electric transmission business in the UK were privatized during the Thatcher-Reagan years. The gas business became Lattice. The electric business became National Grid, who you've probably heard of. And in early 2001, 2002, National Grid acquired Lattice to form the company that you've probably heard of now and have been mentioned today. I worked for National Grid and its prior companies until 2021 for about 42 years, and then joined Liberty here in New Hampshire almost 2 years ago. I came to the US in 2003. I was the head of operations for Wales and the Southwest, which was about a fifth of the UK. Came to the US for 2 years, which turned into 3, which turned into 7, which is now turned into 20. I became a very proud American on the 4th of July, 2017, and I became a Granite Stater about 2 years ago. So if anybody asks about my accent, I usually say I have an original New England accent. I didn't think there'd be questions this early, but I'm happy to take them.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And your name is?
Neil Proudman. Okay.
I guess that covered it. Continue, please.
I
Thank
will.
you.
So, so a little bit about Liberty. Liberty is a growing company, and as you can see from the slide here, every one of those dots represents a part of the territory. We're way up in the north, as you can see in the northeast in New Hampshire, but we have territory across the US, also territory in Chile, and also territory in Bermuda. In fact, during a recent storm, there were crews from Salem, New Hampshire, actually went over to Bermuda to support their restoration. So we are a growth company. I think a lot of folks think of us as a very local company. That's because one of the things we pride ourselves in is a very local footprint. But as the American Gas Association describes us now, we are a mid-size American combo. That's the category that we fall into. In terms of our regulated utility groups, of which Liberty, New Hampshire are part, we are 34 distribution utilities. In New Hampshire, we are the only utility in the eastern region. I'll talk about the eastern region in a few minutes, which has both electric and gas. We're in 13 states, 1 Canadian province, that's in New Brunswick, part of the same cluster as myself, and I've already mentioned the 2 international utilities. About 6.8 billion in assets and just over 1 million utility connections. The East region, which we are part of, encompasses New Brunswick, ourselves here in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, upstate New York, which is the old St. Lawrence gas right on the Canadian border, and of course now also North American water on Long Island. And we also have some small territory in Georgia, and our Massachusetts territory is in Fall River. Of all of the Eastern region businesses, New Hampshire is the largest. So where the performance of New Hampshire goes, so does the performance of Eastern Region. So we're a big part of the puzzle for Liberty, and an important part of the puzzle here in the Northeast. Just getting a bit closer to home now, this is our territory. In total, we have just short of 143,000 customers, 97,000 of those are gas, and 45,000 are electric. We are one of the smaller electric utilities in New Hampshire, but as we like to say, we enjoy a big seat at the table, and we do pack a punch when we need to, which is evidenced by the 2 storms over the holidays. We serve 45 towns, a total of just over 9,000 square miles, and matrixed employees. What I mean by matrixed employees is, I'm responsible for the bottom line and the performance of all of New Hampshire, but some of the employees that support New Hampshire also support other regions too. So the direct number of operational employees dedicated solely to New Hampshire is 176, and we are supported by the remainder of the 430, who again, their output is I am responsible for. So the single throat to choke for Liberty in New Hampshire is in fact me. As you can see from the slide, the blue, the electric, our electric business is non-contiguous. You can see better on this slide. Monroe, Lebanon, Charlestown, and Salem. In the event of a storm, when we're trying to be efficient and we're trying to use our resources as best we can, it's a bit of a jaunt from Lebanon to Salem, but we do watch the weather very carefully, and we are able to stage our employees in the best possible areas. However, as you can see from there, it's not being contiguous. Some of that is quite difficult. 45,000 customers, as I mentioned. Substations, Mr. Foley mentioned substations, 14, feeders, 39, and then operational employees who are crews and supervisors, 56. A couple of highlights of our system. Rockingham Substation was a 10-year investment. We unveiled it last year. It is to respond to significant growth in the Salem area. And actually, we've got an inquiry that we're working on now, which is enabled by that investment, which could potentially bring an additional 400 jobs to the area. And then Storm Elliott and Diaz. Over the last 10 years, as Mr. Foley mentioned, there are damages, and those damages result in multiple outages. Over the last 10 years, the maximum outage number for any given storm was somewhere in the region of 64, 65. Storm Elliott and Diaz were 110 and 107 respectively. So they were significant events for us. And one of the things I would like to say is when we do get these events, we do all work together across the utility aisle. And I do want to stress that myself and my colleagues here, not only do we participate in mutual aid, but we're also communicating through the event to make sure that we are all serving all of New Hampshire customers together.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here. I'll ask you the same question I asked the folks from Unitil. How many of your customers, or what percentage of your customers, have smart meters installed?
I don't have the answers to that.
Okay.
To hand, but we can get it for you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, let me just get my place back. So our electric business, as you can see here, it's non-contiguous. It is spread out, and yeah, I was mentioning how we work together. A good example is through mutual aid. Once we'd finished our restoration, we were able to send some of our contractor employees to Unitel to support them, and then also send some of our own employees up to the co-op. So we do all work together for the betterment of all of New Hampshire customers.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a quick question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It just seems rather inefficient to have these spaces so far apart. How was that decided, and is there any way to make them contiguous at some point?
The only way you can make them contiguous is by acquisition. If you look at the energy network across all of the Northeast, there's lots of pockets of how these companies have evolved over the years. This was the Granite State Electric business. Behind that would have been some other iteration. So this is an evolution. So the way to fill in the gaps is either I acquire some of my colleagues here or they acquire me.
Thank you.
That's probably the most straightforward answer. If we think about the gas system, you know, I have worked in the electric space for a while for National Grid. I headed up their construction business for a while. I know Mr. Foley talked about trees and the importance of trees. In 2006, snow came early to the city of Buffalo. A lot of Buffalo was backyard construction. A lot of that backyard construction, the customers out there had kind of tried to hide the wires with a lot of trees and everything else. And in October 2006, those trees all came down and that entire backyard system was lying crackling in people's backyards. So trees are the main issue. But yeah, I was part of that business for a short period of time. But most of my career I've spent in the gas industry. I'm a member of the Institution of Gas Engineers and Managers, which is a worldwide organization outside the US, which also gives me and others their professional license to operate. Here in the US, I'm a member of the American Gas Association Managing Committee, and also I'm the executive sponsor of the Best Practices Steering Group across all the industry. When I think about expletives in a gas engineering an engineering office, the biggest expletive is single feed. Wherever possible, you try and design a system so that there are multiple feeds into a system. You don't want to rely on one single pipe feeding a system. What we have here in New Hampshire is a single feed feeding New Hampshire, which starts in Texas and finishes in Concord. That's the Kinder Morgan line. We are susceptible to volatility in that line, either price volatility through the folks that feed into that, or supply volatility by the very nature that we are on the end of the system. And like my colleagues have described, both on the electric and the gas side, price volatility is subject to changes and influences that happen outside our New Hampshire borders. And the question that you asked earlier was, how can we insulate ourselves from both of those, both of that supply and price volatility? And I'd like to finish with that in a few minutes. But our system, 97,000 customers. It is the biggest gas network here in New Hampshire, 120 operational employees who on any given day you will see on the streets of Concord. 1,400 miles of main, 70,000 services. Mr. Foley mentioned substations. The gas equivalent is a regulator station. The word for that in the UK is a governor station, and I will flip between regulator and governor because of just the way I was brought up. Critical valves, these are valves that we use to isolate the system in the event of an emergency. We have 477. And then cities and towns, 32. The most, if you look across the nation, the biggest program of works across the nation is what we would say is the leak-prone pipe process. This is a process that eliminates 10-inch and below pipe which is susceptible to leakage. And they fall into two main categories. The one is cast iron, and the other one is bare steel. Bare steel is steel that is not cathodically protected. Cathode is basically it's an element that draws all of the rust and the badness from the pipe to the cathode. So this is for cast iron and bare steel. Bare steel rusts, and cast iron, depending on how it was laid, if you have a stress point on a cast iron main, you then have a perfect circumferential crack. And when you have a circumferential crack, they leak instantly, and there is a very, very quick release of gas. Fortunately, cast iron systems are low pressure, so you're not susceptible to large amounts of gas, but they do leak. And in winter, and this year is extraordinary, but during the I'm trying to think what it was called, the cyclone that hit the Northeast a few years ago, the biggest issue that I had when I was in a prior role in Boston was broken mains through ground movement above that permafrost. And instead of the leak going up, it went across. And all those basements in the old buildings in Boston, we finished that year without incident, but therein lies the risk. So that is why we spend a lot of our efforts replacing these pipes. Not only do broken mains and leakage, and some of those cast iron pipes as well leak out of their joints, but joint leakage is only a small amount. But also unburnt natural gas, unburnt methane in any form, including dairy, has an impact on the environment. So a few years ago, I would have said that my job was the safe, efficient, and compliant operations of our distribution system. I now add on to that environmentally responsible. So just looking at the system, one of the ways we do try and insulate our customers from that price volatility is by basically shopping around. We have a number of options. We have pipeline gas. We also have liquefied natural gas, which we can truck around to our locations, and we have storage capacity. And then our final line of defense, which we have in places like Manchester, is propane air.
I guess we're going to interrupt you here for a question. Representative Lewicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. You know, when Lawrence got burned down, there was no real local pop-off valve on that. They had a control loop that was thousands of miles long. Are we susceptible to that same type of outage, or do we have simple pop-off valves or something similar to that in New Hampshire?
I was involved in the restoration after that incident, and I can confirm that the situation and the cause of that situation in Lawrence, we are not susceptible to that in New Hampshire.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, which is, if not cast iron or bare steel, what are the good resilient pipeline components?
So coated steel is still a firm favorite of the transmission system. Local system is plastic pipe. It is flexible. When handled correctly, it is strong, it's robust. In fact, when fused together correctly, the fusion is, the point of fusion is the strongest point in the system. When it's done incorrectly, then it is a risk, and there have been some incidents. Harlem in New York was one such incident where a fusion failed, but when done correctly, it is the most, it is the strongest part of the main. In the same way as trees are to the electric system, mechanical excavators are to the gas system, which is why we spend so much money on damage prevention and educating anybody who is digging up the road anywhere near our infrastructure.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, to piggyback up on that last question, in Merrimack recently, we had a significant gas leak because of a wall that collapsed at the outlet malls.
Yeah.
And I was going to make the comparison that rocks are to gas as trees are to electricity. We're the granite state. Do you spend time and energy shoring up rocks?
So most of our time is, there are areas where we will have to put pipe through rocks, and we pay a premium at that. They actually call it ledge. I was out on that job at the Merrimack Premier Outlets, and what was interesting to me was how normally the rocks that impact our system are the ones that are underground that we have to work through. That they're not what is basically a human-made rock face, which interestingly enough had signs and barriers on it saying danger falling rocks, which then came down on top of our main. The good news was, and I actually have pictures if you'd like to have a look afterwards. We have above ground meter installations, and the rock fall fell literally a foot short. So the actual damage was to the underground infrastructure and not the above ground infrastructure. And our crews moved very, very quickly to isolate the area and have now kind of rerouted the main in order to be able to get the premier outlets back on.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for you here. I see from what you've said here and posted, it looks like that you are not solely relied upon imported gas coming in from West Indies. And have you been asked, is that true? And have you been asked for energy generation by other energy suppliers to provide natural gas for the generation?
We haven't, no. And yeah, the gas that we use, we take from the Kinder Morgan pipeline that comes from Texas. Okay, so if in the interest of time, if I can draw your attention to Keene. So at the interview, nobody mentioned Keene, and it's become a little bit of a joke around Liberty, because one of the things that is interesting about Keene is not fed on pipeline gas. Keene is the only remaining 24/7 propane air system in the entire nation. Catalina Island off California was the other one. That's been closed down now. So this is unique. The other thing that's unique about it is I actually think engineering students should go through this plant. It is an antiquated plant. We've spent a few $100,000 over the last couple of years since I've been at Liberty, and there is a coincidence, improving the switchgear and improving the technology which operates that plant. However, over the next few years, we have a decision to make. And when I think about the decision that we have to make, what we're trying to do is think a little bit differently. Think a little bit differently as how we can serve Keene. It's served right now with a combination of propane air. The specific gravity of propane air is different to natural gas. When natural gas leaks, it goes up. When propane air leaks, it settles into the ground and it permeates into the ground. So as a gas engineer, my preference is if you were going to have an emergency, is something that goes up instead of something that goes down. So we're looking at some opportunities for Keene. Mayor George out in Keene has released a document, which is a Green Keene document. We've got some ideas that we're working with Mayor George, and also we've presented to the Energy Committee out there. And what we believe that we can do is transition from a propane air mix potentially to 100% hydrogen within the next 5 to 10 years. Hydrogen is an emerging fuel in the gas space. It is an environmentally sustainable fuel. It can be produced with green electricity produced from our own New Hampshire water and our own New Hampshire sunshine and our own New Hampshire winds. So it has some opportunities there. And across the world, gas companies are looking to decarbonize their networks by other sources than simply handing their networks and their customers over to an electric business, because we're not there yet. So hydrogen is a possibility. There's a pilot in the UK at the moment where 668 customers are being fed a 20% hydrogen blend with no detrimental effect on what you would say was the normal low pressure distribution infrastructure. We're in a slightly different place in the US. SoCal are taking a look at this, as are others, and it's now a regular conversation point at the American Gas Association. But I really just put that slide on because we may end up just staying at renewable natural gas. We may end up somewhere along that transition, but the opportunity is there by thinking a little less traditionally and a little differently.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. That was the question that I was going to lead in on as I'm looking at this step ladder that says 100% renewable natural gas. Can you explain what that means? Because I thought 100% renewable would mean that it's like zero emissions. Is that true?
Yeah. So RNG, we can get RNG from a number of places. The Rudartha plant at I know I've pronounced that wrong in Bethlehem. Is converting our own New Hampshire waste into a renewable natural gas, which could be put into a pipeline system, either by trucking it in and feeding it in. We've actually got an RNG bid document out right now, looking at some prices to see if it is feasible as an option to put into our system and good for our customers. So yeah, there's a whole host of opportunities. Dairy is another way that we can create RNG and again put that into the system and burn it.
Follow up.
Thank you. So I understand RNG is what we're going to call it, but I guess what I want to understand is about the net effects in terms of emissions.
So my understanding is that the net effects are negligible when compared with unburnt methane. And I'm an engineer. I'm not an environmentalist, but my understanding is that these are the options that we need to explore rather than just utilities, particularly gas utilities, avoiding the question. So this is an opportunity. Sorry, can I continue?
Representative Wendy Thomas, I guess, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little concerned about this transition, which is in 10 years, which is fairly aggressive. The propane equipment can't handle natural gas, so they'd have to replace the equipment to handle the natural gas. The natural gas equipment can't handle the hydrogen, so they'd have to replace that. It seems like this is a heavy hit for the community to get to hydrogen.
So there are 1,250 customers out in Keene right now.
Can you repeat that?
There are around 1,250 customers out in Keene right now. A blend of RNG or hydrogen up to 20% would not require any changes in appliances or the burner tips in particular. Anything over that would require a visit and would require a conversion. But this industry did this in the 60s. This industry converted from locally manufactured towns gas to natural gas and went through the same process. So the model is already there on how this industry can transform itself in a different way. Okay, so thinking, just thinking about the future. Just down the road, there's a gas holder, and that gas holder in the 1800s was state of the art. When I think about the gas industry and the challenges facing the gas industry, we're not gonna face those challenges by burying our heads in the sand. Neither are we going to address those challenges by pulling together the usual suspects. And with all due respect, when I think about the usual suspects around a table, it's the regulatory staff within the utilities, plus the lawyers, plus the legislature. I actually think in order to address the issues, we need to think a bit broader than that. That old gas holder down the road is maybe our back to the future opportunity, because when I look at that gas holder, what I see is locally sourced, locally produced, locally stored energy. And when I think about insulating New Hampshire from the volatility of what happens outside our borders, we have to consider a modicum of energy independence in the mix. And that gas holder reminds me of a time when there was such energy independence. We have good New Hampshire wind, we have good New Hampshire sunshine. We even had a little bit of that today. We've got our own dairy. We've got our own dump. A good example of which is in Bethlehem. We have heat and Mothers Out Front working with utilities in Boston around geothermal. We have rocks up here, as it was pointed out. We have woody biomass. We have plenty of woody biomass. And we also have the opportunity to create our own hydrogen. But here is the thing, and this is one of the things that I would like to leave you with. We need to get the unusual suspects around the table. We need to get the scientists, the innovators, the business community, the college principals, the environmentalists. We need to bring the community together across the utility aisle, across the political aisle, in order to pool our resources to figure out what the energy future looks like for New Hampshire. I'm looking forward to being a part of that. That was one of the reasons I came here, for the opportunity to engage in those conversations. But again, just as a reminder, the key challenges right now for me is a little bit of regulatory uncertainty. My colleagues mentioned energy efficiency. There was a docket that came out, a report that came out on Friday afternoon of last week, talking about energy efficiency, which we had no idea was coming. I've mentioned supply volatility and what we're trying to do to offset that. I've mentioned price risk volatility. And the other area which was mentioned today is an aging workforce. If you will notice, I did actually spell aging the UK way and not the US way. So with that, I'll leave with an apology and thank you very much for listening.
Well, seeing no questions, I thank you very much for being here. Excellent presentation. And all three of the regulated utilities did an excellent job. Nice overview from all of you. We have one more utility to hear from, and that's the unregulated but extremely important New Hampshire Electric Co-op. They're especially important to me because I am a New Hampshire Electric Co-op member. Fantastic. So we welcome the two of you to our committee room, and looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chairman Vos and honorable members of the committee. My name is Alyssa Clemson-Roberts, and I am the new CEO at New Hampshire Electric Cooperative. Sitting to my right is Michael Jennings, our Director of Engineering. I have only been in New Hampshire and at the co-op for 4 months, so he's here to keep me out of trouble today. But at New Hampshire Electric Cooperative is a little bit different. The people that we serve are our member owners. So we don't just have customers, we have members and owners that help us make our decisions. They elect a board of directors that governs what we do. They help approve our budgets, set our rates, and our strategic planning. We do operate at cost, and over the last 2 years, we've returned $8 million in margins to our members. We also have a subsidiary called New Hampshire Broadband, and we are currently providing broadband to about 1,000 of our members in 6 communities now. So we were founded in 1939. I'm sure many of you know that rural electric cooperatives began because no one wanted to serve the territory we serve. I liken it to our venture into broadband today. Much of our members are left without adequate, reliable, and high-speed internet service, which is why the cooperative once again said we would answer the call to serve. We serve about 86,000 homes and businesses in 118 New Hampshire communities. We own and maintain about 6,000 miles of line, and we operate in 9 of New Hampshire's 10 counties. We have 250 employees that work in 10 different locations, and about 40% of our membership is seasonal. We do think that is shifting a little bit post-pandemic as people are finding New Hampshire a great place to live. I think one of the things that really makes us different is that we operate at a nonprofit basis. So again, when we return money to our members, that money stays in the state of New Hampshire. And if you didn't know, in 2000, our members voted to grant authority to our board of directors, so we were no longer regulated in the state. And we also have the lowest power supply rate amongst the 4 utilities at 13.8 cents is where we're headed. We still think it's too high, but we're headed in the right direction. I think one of the things, again, that make us special is that we're accountable to our members, and that's, again, why we founded our broadband business. So while I'm at the end of the day, I will be short and sweet and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. That was a short and sweet presentation. But the question on everybody's mind is, how did you achieve that lowest power supply rate among all the 4 New Hampshire utilities? Discounting, of course, the other 3 utilities' need for profits. What are you doing differently that allows the co-op to keep rates lower for all their members?
So I will say there are a number of things that we do differently. First of all, we're not regulated. So that allows us to actively monitor and procure our power supply in a different way. We don't buy our power twice a year. We purchase our power when we find the market to be advantageous to us. So we may purchase every month. We may purchase in a 6-month block. We may purchase, 30%, 60%, 90%, all depending on what the markets are telling us is happening right now and what is going to happen. In addition to that, we have long-term, mid-range, as well as short-term contracts that we do. Currently, I would say we're more in the short-term business of power procurement, but if we see prices continue to decrease, we'll start looking at options to hedge for the future. The biggest difference is we're deregulated, so we're allowed to do things a little bit differently. We think it provides us with an advantage.
Could you say a little bit more about the short-term versus long-term versus mid-term procurement that you do?
Sure. Anytime that you buy power, it's a little bit of a guessing game, except for what you're doing right now. So when I go out to procure power, I'm looking at the market and I say, where do I think it's going and what's about to happen? And so if we think that there are indicators, or if our experts are telling us the price of power is going to increase over the next 6 months, we'll start doing a 6-month or maybe even a 12-month procurement, and we'll try to buy out to beat the price that's coming. If we think the prices are going to be lower, what we'll do is we'll wait and we'll procure in 30-day increments or a 2-month increment to go ahead and watch that price fall. What we consider to be long-term would be over 10 years. A midterm would be anywhere from about 3 to 10. And short term would be under 3.
So what kind of factors do you take into consideration as you look at the market and try to decide or predict where prices will go?
Sure. So I can tell you right now, we have a number of experts that provide us with forward pricing. Their best guesstimates is what I like to call them on what natural gas is going to do. That market has been relatively volatile, I would say, since the beginning of COVID or the February storm after COVID started. And then you add in factors like what's going on in Europe. We know that there's a war that is impacting the price of natural gas. And I would also say that the continuing rise of using natural gas as a heating element is putting a competitive edge on natural gas and who gets this product and who doesn't. So natural gas is one of the huge indicators in New England and across many of the markets. We've seen markets and their construct be built towards more natural gas, but there are a lot of concerns that come with that, hedging that way or basing a market construct on a resource that we know, number one, we don't have the pipelines to transfer, and number two, we don't have the storage capabilities to hold, which puts all of us at risk when natural gas takes large swings.
Excellent. Representative Cretion has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So that question sort of leads me into what would you say is like the mix of your energy sources compared to the other utilities that operate in New Hampshire in terms of reliance on natural gas versus other sources?
Well, I would say in the New England area, we're all reliant upon the New England ISO, or at least we are primarily in New Hampshire. If you look at other markets, if you look at the ERCOT market, they have a lot of reliance on wind as well as natural gas. If you look at the SPP market, they have a fair amount of wind as well as coal. If you look at MISO, you'll see a lot of coal as well. The Rocky Mountain West, which doesn't have a market, has a lot of natural gas, coal. They're seeing an incredible amount of wind in that area and solar, and the California ISO is shifting towards a fully renewable base. So it really is regional dependent, but we're all dependent on what the New England ISO is doing, with the generation situation.
Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you. This is actually from one of your customers. They asked me to ask this question. How do you calculate net metering month to month?
You use the microphone, please? Thank you.
It's a little bit complicated because of what type of net metering. We offer a bunch of different rates for them. We could follow up with us with the member individually if that would be easier.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Also, if you could put that in writing and a contrast that to how all of the PUC regulated utilities calculate their net metering. If you can get me that in a printout.
Yeah,
I can have
absolutely.
it on.
We'd be happy to follow up with that.
Thank you. And then I had one more question.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By now, you probably know what my question is.
The answer is 100%.
Thank you. Question.
Was that it? That was a short question.
The question was the percentage of customers with smart meters.
Okay. Representative Summers has a question.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for just for verification. Due to your rates being about 50% of what the regulated providers are, is that 50% difference from what I understand from what you said due to regulation, profit, and then because you can go to the market more than twice a year, the cost of average for hedging?
I would say yes, with the caveat that, I am not involved in how the investor-owned utilities procure their power. So I would strongly recommend you have a conversation with them about, what they do with that. I think one of the things the co-op does, because we're allowed to, is we assume some risk with the market prices. And I don't think that's what's going on with your investor-owned utilities. But I would just caution to say that, we at New Hampshire Electric Cooperative try to balance a risk and a cost. And so what we've been doing is either purchasing smaller amounts when we see the market go down, or larger amounts when the market goes down, and smaller amounts when it goes up.
Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, since this question has been asked so often, my question is, could you define what is meant by a smart meter? Because I think there's some confusion, or could be confusion. That term is used very loosely.
Yeah, it is used very loosely. I would say there's a couple different categories you could look into with smart meters. One is just a automated meter reading, which is a system that you would use to go around and gather the data from meters more easily. There's also an AMI system, which is what we currently own. It allows bidirectional communication. So we get data from our meters actively throughout different periods throughout the day, but we can also send data out to the meters as well. So it's a two-way communication. For example, if a member called us and they wanted to change rate, or they wanted to change something that's programmed within the meter, we could do that over the system as opposed to having to visit their house. There's a lot of value in the different data you get from that type of smart meter system.
Follow up.
Are any of the smart meters that are used in the state capable of determining what energy is being used at what time of day for what appliance?
Not down to the appliance level. You can see at the household level, and then there's also sub-metering technology you could use for the appliance level. Certain appliances or load types have a curve you could determine just by looking at the data, but at a high level, the meter will give you pretty much the household usage as a whole.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up metering question. If I have an electric car at home and I want to keep track of exactly how much electricity I'm spending to charge my electric car, can I get a separate meter for my EV charging station?
Yeah, so a lot of utilities will offer a separate EV charging rate. In addition to, a lot of the car chargers themselves actually track the usage on that. Similar to solar or battery, the inverters with those track the usage. So a lot of times utilities will deploy a sub-meter, but there's also other ways you could use metering technology within the existing equipment to leverage that information.
Okay, thank you. Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to your earlier comments about the volatility of natural gas and how it drives the price of electricity and the vulnerability and all that, to what extent is the co-op looking to the price certainty of renewable resources to help balance that. And before you answer, I just want to mention one of my favorite projects in a prior position was the 1 megawatt solar installation at the North Conway Water Precinct. And they decided to procure that system. And part of the reason they did that was because the net metering rate was a very, I would call it, reasonable and fair value for any electricity they would put back onto the system in the Mount Washington Valley.
So I would say that we are supportive of, small renewable projects in our area for sure. I think as we enter into strategic planning in the summer, probably early fall, we'll be having some of these very discussions. And right now we're in the process of working with the National Renewable Cooperative and talking to them about, implementing some battery storage throughout our territory as well. So I would say anything and everything is on the table. Our goal is really to provide, affordable, reliable energy to our members. And they overwhelmingly tell us that that is what their priority is.
Representative Nutter has a question.
Thank you. This is from another customer. Wants to know if you and all the utilities, if anybody gives to the Education Tax Credit Scholarship Program.
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, but I can follow up. I know that New Hampshire Electric Cooperative does have a number of scholarship programs that we have ourselves that we run, but I don't know the answer to that, and I'll have to follow up.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm intrigued by these smart meters and that you say that 100% of your customers have them. Do you credit them as one of the reasons for your prices being so low?
No, so I would say it gives us more data to use from an engineering standpoint on planning perspective. It really helps us prepare our system for the future. So when we look at things like, hey, is our system going to be ready for electric vehicles, or what percentage of our membership is starting to adopt electric vehicles? It helps provide data for that. But it doesn't give us too much extra data to help us prepare for power procurement. It just gives us more real-time, accurate modeling information.
Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Yep, I'll follow up on where you left off and just ask, I know there's a lot of discussion now and a couple of bills in the Senate regarding transactive energy, and I'm assuming that one of the benefits of having infrastructure that includes smart meters is that you can support the future energy market in terms of being able to support peaks and such. Is that an accurate way of looking at it?
Yeah, correct. It gives us a lot more flexibility with what we can do at the end user point, at the member point, because we have that additional visibility and more real-time data. It allows us to do more things as far as transactive energy or time of use rates and how we implement those.
Yeah, and I would just follow up that we are in the process of rolling out a transactive energy rate and have been doing a pilot project with Plymouth State University on vehicle to grid projects. So I would say that that's something that we're looking forward to rolling out for some further testing and further member use, probably Q1 or Q2 of this year.
May I follow?
Follow up.
So transactive rate, can you just tell us what you mean?
Yeah, essentially something that signals what the market is doing at the time. So essentially, we have to buy the power from somewhere. And so whether it's ISO New England or our own membership, we would prefer to do it in a way that helps facilitate it for our members the best. So the idea behind the transactive rate is that, we could provide two-way charging and get our supply from, either the ISO or whatever PPA or membership is willing to provide the energy to us at the time that we need it.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Can you talk about the price difference between a smart meter and a regular meter? And also, how did you finance and roll out how did you make the decision to?
Yeah, so I guess there's a pretty large range there. I mean, there are smart meters that have Wi-Fi technology even built into them, which we're not procuring those. Those could be in the multiple hundreds of dollar range, whereas, your traditional analog meters are actually getting even difficult to procure nowadays. So there is quite a wide range. But I'd say that the typical meter for a utility is probably in the $100 to $150 range nowadays. And as far as how we went about procuring them, we actually participated in a grant about 10 years or so ago. Grant process, which helped share some of the costs for our membership in rolling out the smart meters.
Okay, seeing no further questions from the committee, I want to thank the two of you for being here, and like to thank all the utilities for being here. And before I let you all go, I just want to offer the committee one more chance to ask a question of a member of any of the four utilities represented here today. So Representative Munns gets the first shot.
So Eversource, guess what? Just like to know what the percentage of smart meters that you have are.
So Eversource, we have AMR meters, which are not quite as smart as AMI meters, but we were able to eliminate, having the meter readers go door to door to read those, so we can do the drive-bys and collect the information that way. So AMI, just to use the broader terms, is usually more described as a smart meter, as Mr. Jennings described. AMR would not be described as a smart meter.
Follow up? Any idea on the percentages? So you have is zero of
Correct.
AMI?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Berezny has a question for someone.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is for Unitil about the on-bill financing. Is Unitil the only utility that offers on-bill financing? And can you talk a little bit about that? What things can you finance, and do you have to have your credit approved, or what's the process?
So each utility is a little different, but my understanding is that all of the utilities are offering on-bill financing. And we don't have a credit check for customers, but they do have to be in good standing in terms of their payment practices with us. So that's the hurdle. But I think some of the other companies may impose a credit check before they do on-bill financing for their customers. So it's a statewide program, but there are a little bit of differences from company to company. But generally, it's the same on-bill, no fees, no interest, and parameters for actually qualifying for the loan might be a little different between the companies. But for Unitil, I can say we don't do a credit check. We simply require customers to be in good payment practices with us.
Follow up, Representative Berezny.
So what kinds of projects, like if you install a bunch of solar panels at a house, and then if the person moves and somebody else moves in, is the cost of those panels now included on the new owner's bill, or what's the process there?
So we don't actually, solar panels are not part of the programs, right? So it's just energy efficiency measures. So probably a better example would be if you add insulation to your home. So we come out, we do an assessment, and there are opportunities to add insulation in your attic or your walls, and that's going to cost a certain amount of money. We would give you an incentive to take that step and do it, but you would also have a co-payment for that project. That co-payment for that insulation could be financed on your bill over a period of time. And I'm sorry, the rest of your question was, does it follow the customer? If you sell your home, you would have to, your final electric bill, when you leave that home, would include the balance of that loan. So it does not transfer to the next customer who owns that, has that account or that meter.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this is just a request. If we could get the contact information for the last two presenters sent to us. Thank you.
Additional questions of the utilities. This won't be your last chance because they'll all be back to testify on various bills before us. But if you have any other general questions, Representative Berezny.
I would just offer if any other utility has a program that they want to talk about with the on-bill financing. That
I'm not sure you have the right people in the room from the other utilities. And I apologize that I don't have all the specifics in terms of their programs. But.
Okay, looks like we're done here, and I want to thank you again, all the representatives of the utilities, for being here today, giving us a presentation. Now, I will remind the members of the committee that we will be returning to this room on Thursday, this coming Thursday at 10:30, for a presentation by ISO New England, followed by another presentation by the New England Power Generators Association. Then on Monday, January 23rd, we will assemble here at 9 a.m. for a presentation by our Public Utilities Commission. This is a rescheduled presentation from last Monday or whenever it was that they had to cancel. That day will include that presentation from 9 to 11. And then starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll do some committee business between 11 and 11:30. Then we'll go to lunch. And then in the afternoon, we'll start our first bill hearings for this session. I think I've forgotten exactly, but I think we have 4 bills or 5 bills on the schedule. 4 bills maybe. And then Tuesday, January 24th, in the morning at 9 o'clock, from 9 to 9:30, we'll have a presentation by the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. And that will be followed by 4 or 5 more bill hearings, probably 4. And there is, at the moment, a executive session scheduled for that afternoon. The reason we're going to start having executive sessions that early is because there's 2 reasons. One, we have 5 early bills that have to be disposed of by February 16th. And the second reason is we want to get bills into the hopper so that they can get to the House floor in a timely manner. We don't want to have what happened last session happen this session. Those of you who were here last session will remember that several times we got to the House floor and we had so many ST&E bills on the calendar that we ended up having to table several bills. We couldn't have a floor debate on those bills because we just ran out of time, and the speaker requested that I table those bills. I don't want to have to go through that again. I want floor debates on all our bills. And the only way we can make sure that that happens is to get them to the floor in a more timely manner. So we're going to be executing bills sooner rather than later, and with the idea being that we'll get them to the floor so that we can have time to debate them all. Yes, Representative McGee.
Yes, thanks. I'd just like to ask if we know which bills we're going to be hearing so we can get a jump on them. When will we have the list?
It'll be published in the calendar.
Nothing beforehand?
On Thursday. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I've had to make some changes to the list. I have the list, but I have had to make some changes because I just found out this morning that one of the bills that we got that I didn't think was an early bill is in fact an early bill, so I've got to make some changes. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I thank you all for your participation today, and I'm going to close this session of the ST&E for today. Thank you.